Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural divine heirs. Today is September the 18th, 1442 on the ancient moon calendar, 1443 on the ancient sun calendar, and 2022 on the Greco-Roman calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereign, living, ancient, Article 3. Moorish American, Al-Moroccan court action. We are the sovereign living justices in capitis diminution nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. I am sovereign living justice, Pauline Denise Ritchie, in capitis diminution nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes, and my free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay, in capitis diminution nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. All Moors are the original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient Al-Moroccan, Moorish American descendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco, the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government, ancient Washington District 4, Columbia, the Universal Moorish American Consulate, and the Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are executing the law by our own sovereign capacity, which is the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, natural divine, Article 3 living, United States District 4, Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, receivers, secured creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, claimants, and beneficiaries in this action. We are peace. We are one nation. We are one state. We are one empire. We are one God. We hereby accept our sovereign ascension and issue a state and federal creditors' bill for possession against all judgment debtors and exercise all sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time. Nunc pro tunc, Islam. Let me make just a couple of changes here to that since we have moved past that point. We're So, in my studies this week, in our studies, actually, because we're all doing this together, I came across some information, and the information that we come across from this point is just information that affirms what we knew from the beginning. And I've come across some information that is emphasizing the fact that all of the commerce that we have been seeing that was being done by the corporates, all of that commerce, and when I say commerce, I mean, for example, when you go to the post office, there's a retail part, there's a commercial part where there are, foreign United States corporation. There was a United States corporation company, Postal Service, quote unquote, that has had people standing behind the counter doing things and exchanging things and doing exchanges. That was the commercial part. And then there's a non-commercial, non-residential part which is the part that we use. So when we did the initial video on the mailing process back a couple of years back, probably 2-3 years ago, we began using our sovereign government trust at that time. And our sovereign government trust is non-commercial and non-residential. And that same trust is the trust that makes it, for example, it makes it so that the mailings that we send, we don't have to use fiat to send the mailings. We're able to get things all around to do whatever we need to do where government work is concerned. I knew at the time that we had unlocked the trust. I knew that. I just could not put my finger at the time on how to use it for other things, because there are other things that we do that require our trust to be used. And so that is what we're going to be discussing today, is our trust and how to continue to use the trust to do all the things that we want to do. And that's going to be our focus over the next few weeks. It's been our focus in the past, as it were, because we knew that we were trust fund, and some people say trust fund babies, but we're not babies. We're the government. We're the law. And so, yes, we have a trust fund, and we're able to use that trust fund. We've been using it now for 3 or 4 years, and we showed you how to do that. In fact, I will go to YouTube and locate that video on our channel so that you can see, because there's some things even in the video that are pertinent to what we're doing right now. So we want to show you just to get kind of open things up with regard to our trust and how to use it. And my computer is a little bit on the slow side, but that's okay. Because as we continue moving forward, we're going to be using our trust for everything. It is a non-commercial trust. What does that mean? We'll talk about what non-commercial really means. And we'll show you how it's non-commercial, which non-commercial, that's a huge plus for us. So let's go ahead and let me pull up. Empress Rima, what were you saying? You said that you must have overlooked the section in our meeting. We're going to show that again today. We've been talking about it. Just one moment. My computer is moving extra slow. And while the computer is doing that, let's bring up. So our trust accounts are not commercial accounts. Does that mean that we can't, that it just, all that really means is that it will look like commerce, but it's not really commerce. It's not commerce the way that we've been seeing commerce. We can still get all of the things that we are going to be using in order to govern our vast estate. It's just that the way to acquire them, the acquisition of the things, the property and the things, the paperwork looks different from a commercial exchange. So we can do exchange on commercial items, but the way that the item is accounted for in the ledgers and trust accounts is different from a commercial exchange, because we are the government. Our government, whether it be county, city, state, national, federal, international, those are all trust accounts, and all of those trust accounts are prepaid. They've already been paid for. We just have to know how to state that properly in our documentation. Our nationality Our state estate status, that means us coming together like we are, unifying, putting our statehood on the public record, stating for, competently that we're the government and we know that we are, that the liens and the terminations of all bankrupt debtor contracts are keys, okay? And let me just say about the contracts, the termination of corporate contracts, because there seems to be a little bit of unclearness among some about what that looks like. There's a difference between an affidavit and a contract. Affidavits, we speak by affidavit. Our affidavits only require our approval, not anyone else's. So we don't need anyone to sit down at the table. For example, a foreign corporation, we don't need to sit down at the table with them and contract with them. We don't need to. We use our affidavits to state whatever it is that we're doing, and we just notify everyone on our land. We just notify. And that notification does not require their signatures. It doesn't. Never has. It never will. It doesn't require their approval. It doesn't require any of that. Those are commands. They're not asking for anything or asking for permission or asking for validation or affirmation from anyone. And that's at any of these levels. Okay? The people are the government. The government is the people. That's us. We're the people. So a contract, that's the difference between an affidavit and a contract. A contract is when those who are equals sit down at the table and say, okay, what do you want? And this is what we want. How can we come together and make this happen? That's a contract or a compact between equals, but a contract cannot happen between master and slave or master and subject. That's not a contract. It's not a contract at all, because the master will always have the upper hand because we're the master. So we don't contract with servants and subjects and citizens and slaves. We contract with each other. Okay, and then and that's why we had to terminate all presumed bankrupt debtor United States Corporation Company contracts. That's the difference. That's why we speak by affidavit. An unrebutted affidavit stands as law. It always has and always will. That's why we use them. Why is our nationality, our state estate status, our liens and terminations and all that, why are those keys? Because when you sign on the dotted line for something like employment with foreign corporations, you're agreeing to yield your sovereignty and capitalism in favor of the mission statement of the corporations. Now, in and of itself, that's not a bad thing unless it's a foreign corporation. And so that is what nationalizing and naturalizing our resources is all about. We had to do that. That is done by way of affidavit. It's not done by contracting with foreign corporations, because we're the CEOs of all corporations. We just needed to state them properly. That way that is a national and natural resource that we use. And that includes the subjects and all of that. Okay, so and I see what you're saying in the chat, Empress. You said you don't remember listening to a video that gave info on how to use our trust. This video is that video, so you haven't missed anything yet. And then also, if you go back and look at some of the older videos, you will see where we were using it, but it had to be recognized by us that we were using it. And the mailing video is the video where we were beginning to use the trust the way that we use it. Okay. Let's see. So I'll put the link in the chat to the mailing video where we show our mailing process where we don't use fiat. And again, we had to state that we were not going to use fiat anymore and then move in that direction. Now we know that that's a transition, that's a transformation, you know, because fiat was that was what we knew in this dimension, you know, in our sleep. We didn't know any other way. But that's because we had to create the way. The way didn't exist until we created it. So I'll put the link to the mailing process because this process is the very first time. Oh my goodness, these commercials. This was the very first time that we used our trust to do anything. There's a question in the chat about the mailing process that says, Islam, does the envelope size matter, or is it best to stick to the size in the video? You can use whatever size if you want to mail a refrigerator, you can mail a refrigerator using our trust. You just have to know the process. You have to know the process, know how to use the trust. And let me show you. So let me say this about the trust too. When we would go and get jobs, quote unquote, whenever we went to get a job and we signed that employment contract, we were agreeing to not be the sovereigns on the job because we were signing their paperwork, not ours. So we were saying, okay, we're not going to be the sovereign on this job. We're going to let that foreign corporation capitalize a name and assign that name to us. Okay, that's what we were doing. And we were doing that for a paycheck that, you know, and again, we're not bashing any of that because while we were in the captivity or the will, that's because that is called captivity. That is actually willful captivity. And then while we were allowing ourselves to be in captivity, we could look and see where people like or persons like quote unquote Donald Trump, they would use their all caps name to do corporations and brand themselves and bring in resources for themselves because they were in control of their own capitalism. And then whenever we would go and sign up to work for them, they would take our capitalism and add it to the list of capitalized names, turn that into the IRS, and get all the benefits. Meanwhile, we just got a little piece of a paycheck. And then if they're claiming that all capitalized name, which for us is not a name, it's a natural person, it's a tool that we use. If they're claiming it and getting the benefits of it, and we don't know that that's what's happening, we won't use we won't brand ourselves. That's the issue that people who were professional football players, quote unquote, who were doing business as professional whatever, movie stars, whatever, artists like Prince and Michael Jackson and all of them, quote unquote, they didn't own their own names, their own natural person. They didn't own their natural person because they hadn't declared their nationality. So they just had names, which is a shell corporation, that the shell corporations and the United States Corporation Company was claiming and saying, okay, you contracted with us, so we own the name. And you can't even call yourself that if we say you can't. And no, you don't own anything that you do. Yes, Empress Rima, Prince did find out and began to use a symbol that didn't have a sound because he knew there was something about the sound, and that if he said a sound, they were going to claim that sound because they were claiming all of his sounds. That's what the fiduciary document is for us. The fiduciary document says that our state owns all natural persons, and that no other state can claim that natural person. And if any, let me just say this. Whenever we go somewhere, like for example, if you're going to get utilities, quote unquote, and you go and you sign for utilities, all they're doing is saying you can have what's already yours, but we get to capitalize your name, a name that you claim, and we get to get the benefit of it. So they have injected themselves into the middle of your vast estate, stuff that's already ours. They had previously done that. Well, we stopped all of that when we do the fiduciary document. That document, along with our nationality, and terminating their ability to do that. And then declaring statehood. Declaring statehood means that our state, because see, only states can own persons. Sovereigns can also own persons. And what is a person? A person is a tool on paper. But we thought that when we looked on the paper and saw Pauline Ritchie in all capital letters, we were thinking, well, that must be me because that's what I think my name is. But we didn't know. So therefore, we were not living off of our trust. We were living off of stuff that they were doing. And when I say they, I mean the corpse, United States Corporation Company. And they're not even the real United States Corporation Company. They're not even the real United States. We're the real United States. So whenever we would sign their paperwork, we were giving up the rights to our trust and giving it to them. That's why we speak by affidavit. So, and that's why we went ahead and said, okay, let's terminate all corporate contracts because they're debtors. We're going to lien everything that they're doing and declare their debt, because that's all our liens really did. Was our liens were notification that they were already bankrupt. And then we said, okay, this is how you're bankrupt. We did that. The Moors did that. This is how you're bankrupt. Let's prove that you're bankrupt with these liens. And that's why it's important, Moors, that even our heirs know how to lien. And our heirs. A lien is a leaning by affidavit and by government, Moorish government affidavit. A lien, that's a part of our basic curriculum. For statehood, for nations, for cities, for counties, it's a part of what we do. It's so natural that it's going to be just a part of what we do. The first 6 documents, 2 of those 6 documents are liens. So now, where does the trust come in at? Again, we who are the government are the anchor for all commerce that has been presumed to be attached, because it's been presumed to be attached to us because of our vast, valuable, foundational, solid worth. The presumed previous corporate commerce that was thought to be attached to us was made to appear as if it was more valuable and essential than we were, because we signed on the dotted line. Okay? We signed on the dotted line, and when we signed on the dotted line, we said, here, you take the capitalism and capitalize us and use and create whatever trust you're going to create and do whatever you're going to do. And then when it was time for us to wake up, they said, okay, now they think that's them. They're going to have to find out that we don't have authority over them. How do we do that? We start throwing them in jail, start doing things with the corpse until they realize that that's not them. That only we can create ourselves on paper. And when I say create ourselves, I mean create tools that we use, because we're ourselves. We could never be on paper because we're living. But if we didn't write the document, it doesn't apply to us, but we have to state that properly. And I keep using the word state because state is really, making a statement really is what it says. You must prove that you're the state and that you're the government. The fiduciary document does that. On Moorish government letterhead. Do it in red first and then in blue. And so now, we are far more valuable, and so are our exchanges. An example of this is noted in that before there was a United States Postal Service, our office stood. Our office was there. The post office is our post office. That's our office. The post is our office. And the post office, where, and this is universal law. The land that the post office is headquartered at is headed at, and it's not headquartered, it's we're the head post. That is the post for Earth, the whole Earth. This land here is the post for all of Earth. And Moors that are at UK and Jamaica, and you're part of this land. So the post office is an office just like the rest of our offices. The post office was previously occupied by the quote-unquote U.S. Postal Service Corporation. Okay? This subtle difference in a living United States Postal Service, a post office, and then the corpse U.S. Postal Service. That subtle difference is actually a huge, it makes all the difference in the world. What's the difference? The living postal service and post office, it's only living because we put it on paper. The dead happens on their paper, or happened on their paper previously. So this subtle difference, and now we're talking about the living post office and the difference between that and the United States Postal Service. The difference is noted in that the United States Postal Service is commercial. The post office is a part of our trust. And so when we mail things the way we do, and then we're using our trust. That's why we don't have to go to the counter and do exchanges at the counter and speak to the Postal Service. We don't have to do that. We can mail things, we can deposit things into the bank there in the deposit box. And so even the boxes at the post office used to be called deposit boxes, safety deposit boxes. That's what they used to call them because it's a bank. Now they just call them mailboxes or post office boxes or something like that. But they used to be called safety deposit boxes because that's a bank. The post office, So for example, when we send our package, our parcels, using that mailing process, and we're using our trust, when you look at how much on the ledger those packages that we send are worth versus the commercial side, there's no comparison. There's no comparison. We're going to show you that in just a minute. What research, let's see, do I lien if post office returns mail or court action? Both. Liens and court actions are in alignment when we are stating who we are. Liens and court, lien by court action. So the court action language should be at the top of your lien. And then it says, what research or original laws can we look at about the banking functions of the post office? We'll show you that here shortly. That's a good question, by the way. So the corporate commercial retail counter revenue entries were very meager in comparison to the revenue that just one of our prepaid first-class parcels, which do not require the high overhead cost of services previously presumed by the to be provided by the corporate retail counter person. The people standing behind the counter had to be paid a salary, wages rather. Let me put it that way, wages. They were paid wages. And we don't have to go to them. So the overhead for our parcels to be sent, because we're using our trust, is very, very minimal. There's no overhead, really, because we're actually adding to, not taking away. Our government mailings are non-commercial, and that's why they are such, they're so valuable, because there's no, whenever there's commerce going on, there's an exchange and there's a value attached to it, and then there's some overhead or quote-unquote profit that's associated with that exchange. Ours is not like that. Ours is 100% pure profit, government profit, just because we wrote it up and we deposited it. So our government is and that's what that trust is all about, is we make a lot of profit in our trust, even for our government. So it goes into the big government pot. When we mail our government parcels, we're using a prepaid trust account whereby we provide, and this is the receipt part here, Morris, because the last two calls, we stated that we need to be giving receipts to show that that we've been paid for the service. Those green receipts, or whatever receipts you use, some use pink for international, some use green. I use the green ones because it is domestic for us. When we attach those receipts, that's us giving them a receipt saying, okay, we've been paid. Okay, and so we must provide a receipt for everything that we do. We're the government. And so I'm going to show you here where they've been doing that all along. Whatever we gave them, they transferred it and made it a receipt on their books. And whenever they made it a receipt on their books, then they would claim the benefit, which was showing us how to do it. So attaching the green and white slips is using our trust. And so sometimes they were providing, that's why they call it a return receipt instead of just a receipt. That means they were returning some accounting back to us, just a note of it. That means it was added to the ledger, okay? But the original green and white that we provided was the receipt, and then they had to go ahead and start performing. We kept track of our receipts to prove for our records that we have been paid for the mailing of the parcels. This trust account relationship is the same fiduciary trustee trust account receipt process that is used for all other exchanges on our land. So we have to provide receipts for everything. If you're going to go and get a conveyance, and this is the difference between a commercial exchange and a trust account exchange, is when you're using a trust account, you provide a receipt. If you're doing, and you don't use fiat. When you're doing a commercial exchange, then you pay on the spot. So let's prove that. To your question in the chat, you said where can you look for banking functions, about banking functions of the post office? This is where you look. You can Google, you see here where it says first class mail, postage and fees paid, USPS permit number G10. You want to do all the research that you can on permit number G10 because that's the trust. We provide the receipt, they do the performance is done, and then a return receipt is due saying we did what you said. We delivered the packages, the parcels rather. And the difference between a parcel and a package, parcels are land. Packages, if you look that word up, packages is a commercial term. Parcel is a land term. So we call our mailings parcels. Okay, so now about the receipt, you said repeat the thing about the receipt. Whenever we, and hopefully you all can see this, let me just pull, just one moment. Let me put this on the screen. These green receipts, green return receipts that we attach to our mailings when we're sending things out, these and these. This is the receipt right here that we're giving them saying, okay, you paid us. Now, go ahead and perform. You paid us, go ahead and perform. That's what these are for. That's why we attach them. That's why they're a part of the mailing process. And it doesn't matter whether you get a return receipt back or not. You have your receipt because you are the one who kept track of it. You have the number and all of that. And then you can look in the system and see where it went and all of that. Now, to know the rates of that, you can look on the the Universal Postal Union website, and they should have rates up there. If not, you can just say, what is the rate for sending these parcels? What is the going rate? And that's something you can know. I don't mean we paid them, I mean they paid us. We're providing a receipt saying, here, okay, you paid the debt. That's why we don't pull any fiat out to mail. We have not paid them because we don't owe them. They owe us. They owe us. And that's what living off of our trust looks like, is everything, every exchange that we do, we provide the receipt. And then whatever it is done. Performance is done. The product or whatever it is given to us because they paid. That's how you live off the trust, is you provide receipts for everything. You provide an itemization of it and all of that. Okay, so no, I mean they paid us. We don't have to pay. That's what a trust is all about. Okay, we prepay. Everything is prepaid already, and so when you look at, I mean, it says right here on this, right here on this, it says right here. Just one moment. It says prepaid or postage and fees paid. Now that language is going to be important as we move forward, because that doesn't just apply to packages. It applies to everything. It applies to everything that we do. That is a trust account. And because that trust account has to do with movement of packages, movement of products, movement of property, and all of that, that is going to be the key. That's a key. Okay? That is a trust key. So this is where it all started to really kind of make sense for me in my study. Is I was looking at the Federal Register and looking into, the postal piece and, the trust, because we have a trust account. In our fiduciary documents, we've been stating that, that it is the fiduciary's responsibility to do certain things here, and I'll put this in the chat, what I'm looking at, the Federal Register piece. It is the fiduciary's responsibility. Let me read that language because it's important language. Do I have it here? It says this language is what lets us live off of what it doesn't let us live off our trust. We do that anyway. No one lets us live off our trust. We just do. It says it is the fiduciary's responsibility to take control of or marshal all assets comprising the estate or trust, especially when the said fiduciary has assumed office at the grantor's or testator's death. And this is the part where we're talking about the trust accounts. It says the prerequisite to immediate access to all accounts is that the fiduciary provides these court affidavits stating our authority and producing a death certificate, which we did that on the public record about probably 2 months ago when we first started the bankruptcy, just putting the bankruptcy proceeding on the public record. Because, see, they could say they're bankrupt all day, but until we said it, they were just going to keep going and going, and we couldn't, and then we're looking around like, okay, aren't we supposed to have a trust that we're living? Because we put a proclamation of trust on the public record. We did that. That's part of the first 6 documents that we keep emphasizing. Hey, put this on the public record. Put this on the public record. Put it in red, then put it in blue. And so those trust accounts, and people have been talking about, in the past they were trying to access a quote unquote U.S. Treasury direct account. We actually have created that, and we began using those accounts when we first started the mailing process. Because actually, even according to the order of events, the post office had to be the first place that we go because it's universal. That's why they call it a universal postal union. So we had to open the trust there first. before we could start using the trust for other things and get good and used to using that trust. And we've been using it now, and we showed you when we started using it, and we saw that, okay, we have access to the trust, okay, so let's share this information out, put it on the public record so the Moors can start using the trust also. So now, here, this is where I was doing some study, and I looked on the Federal Register, and this came up. And it was talking about retail mailings. And again, retail mailings is where you go to the counter instead of using your, and see, the retail part of the post office, which is the Postal Service, could only exist after we put that office in place. It is the post office for a reason. That's why it's called the post office instead of the office of the post. There's a reason for that, because that one, the jurisdiction never changes. It's always land jurisdiction there. So it says here, you can read a few things about this new product that they came up with in 2010, etc. But it says here, mailers do not maintain a trust account for postage payment, instead paying at the time of mailing and using a simplified postage statement. This one statement alone says that those who have a trust account, you don't pay at the time of mailing because you have a trust account. Those who pay at the time of mailing are doing a commercial transaction. And whoever's money or fiat you're using at the time, if you use fiat, they get to determine how that's done or whether it's done or all of that. So we said, let's move that out of the way. Let's go ahead and do some court actions and some liens and terminate that corporate relationship right there. Presumed corporate relationship. And let's go ahead and start using our trust account to do the things, our government work. Okay. Can you all hear me? If you could just put in the chat. They can hear. Nobility. So you may need to go out and come back in or something of that nature. So here on the screen, this one statement out of all the information out there tells us that there are some who mail things that don't have to pay because they have a trust account. We are those. So again, to use our trust account, that we provide receipts first. And then things are done, which is not the way that we learn, that we have been previously taught. We were previously taught that something is done first and then a receipt, and then you pay and then a receipt. Well, let's keep that process in mind as we move forward, Moors, because that is how everything else is accessed. Everything else is accessed that way. We provide the receipt, we do the research on whatever it is that we're getting, and then we itemize it and do our due diligence, and then we provide a receipt for it, and then the item is removed out of the custody of a custodian and given to the Moors, to the owner. The receipts is how the owner, the heir, the beneficiary gets the items that are already in the trust. And there's not a single item out there that's not in our trust. It's just a matter of what does the paperwork look like that you use to acquire it. That will tell you whether you got to pay up front or whether you have a trust account where you provide a receipt and the item is given to or transferred to your custody. It's not given to you. It's not free. Don't use those terms, and we can't tell you what to do, but we suggest that you not use those terms. It's not free. It's not given to you. It was already yours. It's already ours. Custody of it just changes. That's it. And in reality, we've already taken custody of everything. That's what we're just giving a receipt saying possession. Possession is a better word where language is concerned. Because if you go and say, oh, well, this is supposed to be free because I gave you a receipt, they're going to be like, no, that's not the right. It's not free. They want you to know. They want you to know that you've already paid the price for them to pay you. See, we paid for everything from the very beginning when we created the estate. And then we said, okay, we're going to go through this process. And then the United States Corporation Company is going to pay everything. They're going to do a bunch of things, and then we're going to provide a receipt because all of it belongs to us already. So anywhere else that you go to get whatever you get, your paperwork should precede you. It should be there before you get there. And give plenty of time for them to look and see, okay, we have a receipt. Okay, because you're operating from a trust account. And whenever you operate from a trust account, nobility, we know ahead of time what it is that we're going to be getting because we will have arranged for it to come, be presented. Okay, and so even where grocery store is concerned, you're essentially setting up an account, okay, or actually just notifying them that you have that the account is already set up. Now, how is the account set up? Declare your nationality. So name change in judicial proclamation says that you're not co-debtors. Nationality is first. That's how you start setting up accounts everywhere. Name change judicial proclamation, termination of all corporate contracts, proclamation of trust, a lien on the social security number and the nom de guerre that they were issuing, a lien on the United States Corporation Company that they were pretending to be. That's number 5. And number 6 is the fiduciary document. Those are the first 6 steps to setting up accounts everywhere. And then you start liening, put the lien in place because see, they're already liened by the state, by the nation, by us, by Moors. They're already liened. But you've got to set up your accounts. So lien the corporate covering off of them. So that'll be step 7 is lien whoever it is. Lien the corporate covering off of them. Whether it be Safeway, Albertsons, whomever, lien the corporate covering off of them. And then you begin your accounting, setting up the accounting process. And we're going to show you some more documentation regarding how we've done that as well. Okay. And we deal with the head custodian of everything. Frontline people, we don't really deal with the frontline gatekeepers because the language that we speak to begin with is above their pay grade. And that's not an ego statement, it's the truth. And then after everything is set up, then you can present a simple document to them, letting them know that this is done. And that simple document happens on their letterhead, and it's not their letterhead, it's our letterhead. because we're the fiduciaries. They were bankrupt. We removed the bankrupt part from them, and now we're liquidating to ourselves. And so you'll notify the corporate, quote unquote, corporate headquarters, lien, and all of that, and let them know that no, you're not a corporate, you're not a foreign corporation. You're actually on our land, and everything is ours already. They know this now. They know it. And that puts the Constitution as their charter. And that's another reason why it was so important for those. I just want to thank the Moors who stepped up and put the constitutions on the public record, because that's telling everyone where you are, where they are. We're creating the map. We created the map. We put everybody on the map with that Constitution piece. So those Moors who've not looked at the state constitutions and put them on the public record by your own sovereign hand, we encourage you to do that, because we're the government. Documentation and paperwork is what we do. That's our real jobs. That's our real responsibility. That's our work, ministry work. So we know here again that there is no quote unquote payment due, and that whole commercial piece was for the citizens to do and the subjects. That's what the commercial piece was for, until we said all rise and stand and remain standing, and then put our money system in place. See, our money system is that's one of the foundations of our trust. Our trust could not be operated with fiat. It had to be operated with real money. And that's what dolarium and fiduciary money is all about. Then there are units of measure. Weights and measures is how things are moved around on the estate. And so we had to have that unit of measure that we created. We had to create it. And it had to be, and everything that we create is gold backed and living and backed by natural resources and all of that. And the most valuable of the natural resources is actually the source, which is us. So in looking at this piece right here, knowing that a trust account, when you have a trust account, there is no payment due, none of that, because it's prepaid. Postage and fees are paid. So now, let me show you where those that were doing business as courts, because as you know, a post office is a court. It's also a bank, and vice versa. Banks are courts. And offices are banks and courts. Any office is a bank and a court, period. So courts turn all filings and documents into receipts. And because that process was backwards, and they were actually presuming to live off of a trust, we were the ones paying using their fiat in our sleep previously. And whenever we would use their fiat, they would provide a receipt, right? Our court is hereby doing the same. It is suggested that all paperwork that comes to the mailboxes should be recreated and returned as a receipt showing that they paid the amount due to you, to include utility bills, quote unquote car payments, which we don't call them that. We call them automobiles or conveyances. mortgages and all of that, that is not what that is. We're actually to provide them with a receipt, okay, which is part of our statement. So whenever something is sent in the mail, you just look at it, you recreate it, and then you say, clink, this is paid, it's a receipt, send it back. When people were saying, well, when you get something in the mail, just write on it no contract and then send it back. Well, that was the termination of corporate contracts, but you have to put something in its place because there's still some accounting that's due. And either it had to be paid, or you had to say, okay, the payment is in a trust account. And then you subtract the amount from your liens as a record. And keep copies of the receipts that you created for your records and send a copy to the debtor. So we provide receipts for everything. And this is from the digital archives for Washington.gov. And this is showing, I just pulled up some cases off of that docket to prove what we're saying about who's the debtor, who's the creditor, who's creating receipts, and whoever it is that creates the receipt is actually the beneficiary. Whoever creates the receipt is the beneficiary. They're also the fiduciary and the trustee. So we're here, someone filed something with this quote-unquote court, and what did the clerk, the quote-unquote clerk, do? Stamped and brought this into their inventory and created a receipt and handed the receipt and put the receipt on the public record showing that the debtor had paid the debt. Well, that is why, and I'm just so grateful to our Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey. I have to thank him once again for ensuring that we got our courts up and running. Because each one of us is the court. We create our own receipts, and that's why everything that we do, we speak by affidavit, and then we create our own receipts, and we say, okay, we're the beneficiary and the trustee and all of that. We're the fiduciary and all of that. So now we have to prove that they paid. So we just, whatever it's stating is due, that's them saying, is this the amount that we're supposed to pay? And then you say, yes, we accept that as payment, and you put it on your books and provide a receipt. Now, we do that before we go and pick up anything, or we let them know ahead of time, okay, here, we're using our national credit, and we're issuing a credit saying that this is paid. That's all they were doing. That's all they were doing. And that's why we don't file anything with them. We just notify them that, yes, lower court, inferior courts, this is paid. You have paid. Now, the payment, again, is coming from the lien that you file, that you record. You don't file it with them. Your court is the court of record for the liens. Our courts, that's why we do them as court actions. And then you're just pulling that payment from their debt because you debted them, and now guess what? The debt is being paid in gold-backed money, real money, because you created the lien and said it has to be paid that way. This is called living off of your trust. Our trust is a state trust, empire state trust. So we all do, this is how we do it. A trust, and this is the part that we were not told that the ancestors actually had to reveal to each of us, is that a trust, a beneficiary can only receive something from a trust when it's issued by a court. And that court has to be a lawful court. And as long as we speak, our courts are lawful and legal. Now what we're doing is handling the legal part. Legal in our sovereign jurisdiction, not legal by them. We had to state our lawfulness first, because we've always been lawful. We had to state our lawfulness first. State it. That means be the state and state who you really are. And so this process can be done for anything. Last time we showed a purchase order for a conveyance. Well, you just get the purchase order, or you get a tally of however much is being stated that they want to pay. And then you create your documents from that. And then you say, okay, accept it for value. And you don't even necessarily have to use those terms, accept it for value, but that is what you're doing. You're saying, we accept this product for the value that we stated here that we will accept from you. And here's the receipt. So now let's show again, I want to show what we showed last time with regard to the documents showing this process. So, for example, I did add another piece to the lien process, and I'll show you that right now. So, for example, with the lien process, this is a lien for, let's say, the conveyance. And we're stating here that it is a quo warranto mandamus restitutio. And quo warranto says they don't have jurisdiction. We do. Mandamus is where the word command came from. Mandamus. Restitutio is we're issuing a receipt because you've paid restitution for being unlawful. Okay? And it is an Article 3 court action. National Safe Harbor Program, Universal Commercial Code, whereby sovereign nation states and nation states does not have a minus sign in between those two words. Sovereign nation states who file written Universal Commercial Code liens can file, record, and enforce Universal Commercial Code liens in any state. And here I'm going to just switch this up just a little bit. And are the states for original and exclusive jurisdiction. Original and exclusive jurisdiction means that if there is any issues with anything, that our courts are the courts of original and exclusive jurisdiction. That means that those issues cannot be heard in any court but our own, because it's our court that's issuing this. Here's the proof that our court is issuing it. It's court action language right there. And so this is the step that I added to the lien process. I put that the debtor's signatures on this. This is their agreement that yes, they're the debtors, and yes, this is valid. Because again, we're the fiduciaries, they're bankrupt. And so the Moors, when you're talking about the path of least resistance, because see, some have been afraid to demonstrate because of they were afraid of perceived resistance. Well, we create the path of least resistance. That's what we were supposed to do, is create that path of least resistance. So this is here, the debtors have already agreed that, yep, we're lien, they're liened, and this lien is a valid lien. And then the creditors, we put our fiduciary, trustee, justice, vizier, minister autograph as the creditors here at the end, and then here there's agreement here. There's agreement all the way around. Okay? And then we've put, tracking and all of that. These are just some things based on demonstrations that we did, and, regarding notification that all of this is going to be done. We let everyone know that we are here, we're awake, and we're putting everything on the public record, everything. Okay? And so this is their agreement. Now, when you're talking about, let's go back to what we started this off with. We started this congressional assembly off stating that we're not contracting with them and that our affidavits don't need their signatures. They don't. We put it on things that we want to put it on. We do that. We are not sitting down at the table with them because we all of that was taken care of with the Constitution and the treaties. Now what we're saying is, when you came through Ellis Island, your grandma, your great-grandma, grandfather, great-grandfather came here to our land through Ellis Island, it was already stated when you came here that you were bankrupt. So when we wake up, we're going to just put your bankruptcy on the public record and then lawfully go about claiming that which is ours. So we put this here on the lien, and now what are we doing? We're going to give an account for this process, this lien, and provide a receipt. So now let's provide the receipt. Here's the receipt. The receipt, we just took, again, this all started with a purchase order that we got from the subjects. All we did was point to a conveyance and we said, okay, give us a purchase order for that. We didn't care what the purchase order said because we knew we were going to present our own documents, because we do not allow them to state anything that has to do with us. And bankrupts can't contract anyway. When you're bankrupt, you cannot contract. So we have to do everything because they're not allowed to contract. That's why we had to recreate. We're not recreating, we're actually creating the original. And we've always been taught that the original comes before the mimicry. That's true. We did this first. We taught them everything they know. And all we're doing is a reversion of a state, period. So what did we do? We just created our own. This is fiduciary trustee account statement. And then what did we do? We said we're going to be using the trust. So we put non-commercial, non-resident, first class, United States permit number G10, all postage and fees paid. This came from the trust. Okay? We're the United States here. So no one is issuing a permit to us. We're issuing it to the subjects, and not even to the subjects, but we're issuing it for our property. Okay? So this information came from the, I looked at the purchase order, and then I said I'm going to create my own because it's going to be the receipt. So all of this information came, and then it says beneficiary delivery address. Who's the beneficiary? Well, first, the fiduciary and creditor is Pauline Ritchie. Who's the beneficiary? The all caps. But it's the all caps that's on my fiduciary document that I'm the fiduciary of, not them. Prepaid receipt number, all of this information came from the purchase order. And then we did a reversion of estate on that purchase order and created it and made it a receipt. And then we noted here, UCC lien account credit amount is $100 million because that's what the lien was for. And then amount credited from account to the creditor is what we had on our receipt. And we'll show you the receipt in just a moment. And this receipt is what we showed you last time as well. And then it says lien holder creditor UCC credit balance. And that's how much we have left on our $100 million lien after this is credited to us. Because again, we're just saying, yes, you paid for that conveyance and it's in our custody. And then we autograph down here, Pauline Ritchie, fiduciary trustee, Daimler AG, Mercedes-Benz Group. So, we're the CEOs. They don't have any titles. So we use the titles because they're bankrupt. Okay? And so while this looks like a debit, it's really a credit. But we just credit it to a different part of the ledger. And so how do we know to do this? Well, we looked at them double booking. We watched their double booking process, and they double booked debt. So we said, okay, we're double booking credit because there's no such thing as debt with us. So we're actually discharging credit instead of discharging debt because we can't discharge debt because we're not debtors. So that whole House Resolution 192 piece, it needed to be slightly modified to say discharging credit instead of discharging debt. But only the creditors would even know that's really what happens. We're the creditors, we know that now. So now, let me show you the original purchase order. In fact, let me pull that up. Let's see, the original purchase order. Just one moment. Just one moment. Let me find that original purchase order. I try to have everything ready beforehand. I forgot to pull this one up. Okay. Just one moment. Okay. Okay. Um, let's see. Just one moment. And then also, if you have any questions, please be getting the questions, comments, wisdom, because some of this, a lot of this looks familiar to many of you more, because you know exactly what's happening, because you studied trust law and you know already what's really happening here. So, you know, your wisdom is much appreciated as we go through this process. Okay, here's the purchase order. So, let's see, just one moment. Let's pull this up. This is the purchase order that we actually knew that we were going to do a demonstration, and we said, okay, let's go and get a purchase order. And I was just listening to what the ancestors said to do, because I knew they were going to tell us how to acquire things from our trust. And then there's a whole other piece to this puzzle, because even as we get as we do these exchanges, once the conveyance is in your possession, then we have to implement right to travel and tags and all of that. That's the next part of this. But as it turns out, we were doing that first. And so the ancestors did reverse engineering and said, okay, show that part first, so that when they do get the conveyances, they'll know what to do with them. And they'll know not to pick up the phone and call some foreigners and try and get tags and insurance from foreigners. Where do you get tags and insurance from? Subjects that have been liened. You've liened them, and then when you lien them, you do this same process. You pull whatever it is. That's a great question. Justice Amos asked, why is this demonstration being done for liens? Why not for basic necessities? Now heirs have to translate this. Yes, you do have to translate it. We didn't do it for basic necessities because we've been talking about basic necessities the whole time. We've been talking about, and we're saying, yes, use if we can just get you to think, you'll free yourself. Use this same process for everything. We don't know all the needs. Well, and I can't say we don't know all the needs. We know all the needs. Moors have been talking about conveyances, and the reason it's being done for a conveyance too is because that is where the majority of the Moors who ended up doing POW demonstrations, that came by way of, we were conveying down the street, and because they saw certain markers, they felt that they could pull folks over. That's why it's being done for a conveyance. Because that's the area where most Moors, and we could take a basic survey. How many Moors on this call in this congressional assembly have been pulled over by policy enforcers, and either you had to demonstrate a POW demonstration or you had to demonstrate on the side of the road? How many had to do that? Because of the markings and all of that on these conveyances. There it is in the chat. That's why we're doing it for a conveyance. And again, we could have done it for anything. We did it. We already showed how to get the groceries. This process is how to complete that process. In the chat, the Moors are saying many times they've been pulled over. Some are saying that they did. Some said 3 times. listen, I've been pulled over in 2017 alone when I was brand new. First, just now finding out that I'm a Moor, that I have a bloodline and birthright. And I was pulled over 3 times, and the third time was the charm that had me do the first 25-day POW demonstration. And why were they pulling over? Because there were tags on the conveyances and things like that, and we hadn't notified them. We hadn't done anything, in terms of, we had notified them, but not to this degree that we're at right now. And all the ancestors were doing was trying to get us to go ahead and keep going, just keep going, so that they could show us these processes. And with the signatures, we actually had to clear our energy before we search for anything. We take a deep breath, we clear our energy, and then we search. And if it doesn't come up right then, we wait 24 hours, clear our energy, and search again. And it's there. It just so happens that the ancestors knew where we were going with all of this, and they said, okay, we got more custodial signatures than we have a whole bunch of demonstrations that we're going to be doing. It seems that the majority of the Moors that we have come across have been talking about things like groceries and conveyances. So those are the things, and domiciles. So those are the things we've been focused on: groceries, conveyances, and domiciles. This is just one, but those who've been on these calls previously, you've seen where we talked about the grocery demonstration, and yes, utilities too. We've been talking about all the demonstrations, so don't just focus on this one. Go back and listen to the other calls where we focused on everything, including POW demonstrations, how to do those. And we did all of that before this. So this is just today, but we got years worth of videos where we weren't talking about Mercedes-Benz and things like that. We were talking about how to get free from being pulled over, and how to do POW demonstrations, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a great question, Justice Amos. I appreciate that question because it's a good one. It's a good question. We need to, the Moors that are thinking basic necessities, and we all are, then let's demonstrate. We were talking about grocery store demonstration. We've been talking about that for a while. And all we're doing today is bringing it all together and saying, from start to finish, this is how you access your trust. This is how you access your trust. And then just do the demonstrations. Let's go. Let's do this. Where am I at now in this demonstration? What you see on the screen. The demonstration is finished. It's complete. Let me show you, and that's a great question too, Nobility. Let me show you the rest of the demonstration. So this is where the information that's on my receipt, this is where that information came from. But this is information according to the dead state. That's why we don't use their stuff. We just look at it and we say, okay, I see where they did here. They put all of these different documentary services fee, service contract, maintenance contract. Well, we're not contracting with them. And they're saying here, this is not a contract. This is just a purchase order. Well, we don't use their purchase order. What are we doing? We're going to create our own, and ours becomes a receipt. We took each and every section of this and we looked at it and we said, okay, we're going to create our own here. Let's create our own. And so as I was going through each section, looking at it and saying, okay, where does this come in at? Where does that come in at? If you look at this, now let's look at the one that we created. So now the one that we created is on the screen. Okay. This is the one we created. Looks very similar. All we did was go to Google Sheets and start changing the sizes of the boxes and putting things in and formatting it and putting in the information. This is how you properly state that everything starts with your state. Because, see, if you use theirs, that which starts in fraud stays in fraud. And we're not frauds. So we say, okay, this exchange starts in our own state. So what did we do? We created our own. Here it is. And we even deducted how much they would have to pay. Because we're good stewards. Transportation fees. Empress Chitali. Let me just let's see. Let me just one moment. Let me open up the meeting. I meant to open it up before now. Let's see. Just one moment. Let me open this up really quickly so that, because I want to see when you say transportation fees, Empress Chitali, yeah, you can unmute yourself, Empress. Now, Islam, Empress.
Yes, on the trust receipt, I was speaking of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it on the screen?
I see the purchase order.
Yeah, this is actually my trust receipt. It looks like the purchase order. This is the purchase order.
Okay.
And then I went in and I created my own trust receipt that it looks a lot like that. It looks a lot like it, except I was able to create it and put my own everything on it. Islam.
Okay. And what was the receipt that we saw that had G10 on there, taxes and it said fees and what kind of document was that?
Okay,
yeah,
so the fiduciary accounting document, a fiduciary accounting document.
Okay.
We're the fiduciaries for all companies.
So this is not a receipt. This is an account. Okay.
It's a statement.
Okay,
There's
that's what I'm
a statement and then a receipt. There's a receipt and then a statement, and they can go together and be classified as one receipt or one statement. Okay. But there has to be a statement, like what they send in the mail. They send a statement saying, see, that's what utility bills and all of that stuff was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a statement, not a bill. And then with the statement, we send a receipt. back to them saying, okay, we accept that for value, we'll, you've paid, And so those who have worked in corporate accounting departments will see documents like this come through where there's a statement of account, because we have the statement of account for us, for our government, which is the receipt, and then the company has a statement for their accounting department, and that's what this is. This tells them how to classify it on their company ledger. And because we're the fiduciaries, we have to know how to do that, because we're recovering that which was previously being claimed by bankrupts.
Okay.
So
would you put a transportation fee on that for delivery?
I could, however, I chose, because it is domestic. Just one moment. Let me make sure. I did not put that fee just because I'm using our trust. There are no fees in our trust.
Oh, okay.
No fees in our trust. I could have put that on here, though. There is a documentary services fee here, $200 for the, because we took the time to do the documents.
Okay.
So a transportation fee could have been there. Another reason I didn't put one on there, Empress, is because the dealership is within a certain mile radius. It's less than 50 miles away. So because it's less than 50 miles away, there's no transportation fee.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I could have done that, though, and that's a consideration also. That is a consideration.
Yeah.
I mean, if you did want it to be dropped off, what would you call that?
This here, it is going to be dropped off. Automobile delivery instructions stated here. Service manager shall deliver the above automobile with 2 sets of keys and all maintenance documents, including this fiduciary trustee affidavit delivery receipt, to the following address between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. on this date at this time. And again, we put this here, and then it's been autographed by us in blue, the United States fiduciary autograph, and then we have the signatures here stating that yes, this goes with the lien. And here it says prepaid receipt amount. See attached Universal Commercial Code 1 lien affidavits. Okay, so we could have put that. We could have put a transportation fee, and I think that might even be a good idea to do that, Empress. Now that I think about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Islam, Empress.
How would you take care of?
How would I take care of what? I couldn't hear the rest of your question.
She broke up a little bit.
Oh, the manufacturer's certificate of origin?
So, yes. Now, the manufacturer's certificate for origin, I put a statement here. It says here, and let me just read this whole thing because that will answer some of those questions as well. But to your question, this document, if you can see where my cursor is, this document does hereby serve as the stated manufacturer's affidavit for origin. Do you see that statement here, Empress? In these notes where...
Islam.
Yes. So it says here, the state's sovereign right of possession is remedied in accordance with the supreme law of the land, the Constitution for the United States 1789 and 1791, the bankruptcy law of 1933, the emergency banking law of 1933, House Resolution 192 of 1933, U.S. Department of Justice Tax Non-Obligated Public Law AA 222141, Supreme Court rulings and opinions, and all other applicable federal and state laws. Martial law notification. It is the fiduciary's responsibility of this Article 3 United States Supreme Court to take control. Just one moment. There's a little bit of noise coming from somewhere. Just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and just mute the lines for just a moment that are coming up on the sound meter, and then we'll open back up. I just want to make sure that we see this this statement here. Just one moment. Okay, it says here, the House Resolution 192 of 1933, U.S. Department of Justice Tax Non-Obligated Public Law AA 222141, Supreme Court rulings and opinions, and all other applicable federal and state laws. Martial law notification. It is the fiduciary's responsibility of this Article 3 United States Supreme Court, this court, not anyone else's, to take control of or marshal all assets comprising the estate or trust, especially when the said fiduciary has assumed office of the grantor's or testator's death. At the grantor's or testator's death, the prerequisite to immediate access to all accounts is the fiduciary providing these court affidavits stating our authority and producing a death certificate. This document does hereby serve as the stated manufacturer's affidavit for origin. Additionally, any person to whom the office of fiduciary for this sovereign state is so transferred is now the trustee for the state, and the person from whom the office was transferred has been removed from that office. This court possession action supersedes all others. By the hand and honor of the state fiduciary trustee whose autograph is hereby placed, all former custodians have been lawfully and legally notified as stated. And I keep using the word state because this document was produced in our state, which means that any products listed on here are produced in our state as well, which covers the manufacturer's affidavit for origin. Because they're not even Secretary of State. We are. So we have to produce the manufacturer's affidavit for origin. And this gives all of the original up here at the top, the stock number, the year, the make, the model, the VIN number, is it rebuilt, junk, salvage, destroyed, other, title information, license number, tabs, odometer. It says this automobile does meet the automobile emission standards as affirmed by Mercedes-Benz of Tacoma Service Manager prior to delivery to creditor owner in alignment with Chapter 70.120 RCW. And those are the revised codes for Washington, where it talks about emissions, automobile emissions. And the service manager, before any conveyances even go on the lot, they should meet that standard. So the service manager will be the one who says, okay, this has already met the standard, so we're going to put it on the lot. Because remember, they were supposed to be, and this goes for us as we operate the dealerships and things, because those are our companies. Any property such as this should have been inspected prior to and met all of the standards, the state standards. It's our state, so this has to meet that standard prior to getting it into the hands of the heirs. Okay, and that's a part of full disclosure. That's a part of full disclosure. So, Islam.
Say, for instance, once you take possession of the conveyance, how would you handle the VIN number? Are you going to disclose it or have it non-disclosed by putting a tape over it, paint over it? How would you do that?
No,
because in case if someone steals that product, how would you handle that?
That's a great question. So we have nationalized the VIN number by producing this manufacturer certificate for origin. So and we've also nationalized the system. So anyone can go online and look this VIN number up and see where, who has it, where it is, etc. So the VIN number, we just nationalized it, that's all. And again, our fiduciary document says that we are the owners and heirs to all numbers, letters, regardless of the sequence, regardless of the color of ink, all of that. But we have to state it by producing the documentation. And that's why we don't use theirs, because their purchase order is their state document. So then anyone using that had to go by their state mandate. And that's a dead state. No one tells them, no one represents the Moors. We present our own state. Even when it comes to domiciles, you can get all of the documentation for a domicile from a realtor and then create your own documents. That's how you state that this domicile is in our state, not yours. Islam, Empress.
Yes, Islam. So right where you're at says this automobile does not meet audible, and then it says signature do not initial. So would you have to get your own signature rather than, I don't know.
So the service manager, which is me in this case, the service manager would do that because this is our company. And in reality, they would speak to the state about that anyway, because it's the state that requires that the automobile meet emission standards. It's the state that's saying that. So our signature could go there, or a custodian. There are going to be Moors operating all of this. So even the Moor who gave the purchase order, I could get his signature, but I don't want his signature unless he's nationalized. And if he does not state his nationality, then he's put in subject status.
So for now, we just put our own or leave it blank. Could it be left blank? I'm
gonna have a declared Moor to look at the product and state. Or what we could do too, Empress, is go ahead and take possession without a signature there. Take it and have the automobile, the diagnostic ran. Now, and again, we want to do the same process. I know it seems like it's a lot of paperwork, but we have to do it. Where we lien whoever it is that would do that process, and then we take the fee out of the lien, because again, this is a state vehicle. It's not even a personal conveyance, it's a state conveyance. And in reality, they all were. That's why the quote-unquote state would take the vehicle whenever they got ready, regardless of whether there was an exchange on the public record or not. So this is
that's facts.
Yeah. So this is a state vehicle. So we would just say the state you've already paid, whoever it is that's performing that. We would just show them that, yes, you already paid for this. So we accept your payment. And then have them do it. And again, all of this is being done by court action. So, we could technically leave that blank and then take it, once we take possession, take it and have it do that. However, in looking at, before I even took it off the lot, it would state on the, there's a document that's in the window of the conveyance that says that it's taken as is, or it's taken with a warranty. We would create that document and state that it's warranted, and then they would do it. The dealership would make sure that it meets that standard. We're preparing for living Moors and subjects to be doing everything. So they're going to know already that when you get the paperwork from the Moores that says in 1 week we're coming to pick that up or in 1 week deliver it, then that's when all of the action kicks in. They make sure that it meets the standards. We just go and pick it out and get the stats on it, the statistics on it. And when we go and get the statistics on it, we do this process, and then we say, okay, deliver it in a week. And we're giving time for them to deliver it. We put that timeline ahead. And I actually, when I created this, I meant to get this to them on Saturday, but I didn't get it to them on Saturday, so this date will change. It says September 22nd, 2022. Most likely this will change. Islam.
So it's like two quick things that I just wanted to bring up real quick. First is that, like, when I did a lien on Mercedes, what I noticed was that, because I sent some documents to headquarters in Atlanta and everything like that, and eventually what they did was they went ahead and took the two conveyances that I had picked out, they took them off of their website. Each Mercedes-Benz branch dealership has a inventory on their website of new cars that they have and certified pre-owned cars that they have. And I noticed that about like 3 or 4 days after my documents went through, those conveyances went off of their website. And I was just looking at the dates of some of the stuff. I was looking at the dates that you have here on yours, and I see that you basically started this in July. So one thing that I would do is just hit them up and see, like, are these two conveyances still on the lot? And that's just the first thing. The second thing is that, like, I'm kind of thinking ahead, because I already know we're going to get these things done, but I'm thinking ahead to what you was talking about earlier about the tags and the insurance and the registration and stuff like that. One thing that I kind of just want to see what y'all think. Like, I'm stuck.
You're fading in and out. You're fading in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I was just saying, on one hand, we're not driving, we're traveling. Therefore, whatever we put on the tag, I'm not saying that it can't have numbers on it or that it can't have letters and numbers on it, but usually sequences of letters, I just noticed this from being observant, is that sequences of letters and numbers is typically used in commerce, and we're not necessarily doing commerce when we're traveling. So there's that. But then on the other hand, they do have, and let me just say it like this so I'm very specific and nobody misunderstands what I'm trying to say. The folds of the GSA, the General Services Administration, they have tags for diplomats and they have tags for government officials, right? So I didn't know if you had planned on, and if you knew about those things, and if you had planned on trying to execute something with them, or if you were going to keep basically the same design for the tag that we had since 2017.
So either one of those are options. We could get tags from GSA, but again, they have to be liened, and we have to issue a receipt for the tags. That's all that is. Or we can get the tags from whoever we get the conveyance from, because they've been running things through in the background there and adding fees to things, so that when we go to get the tag for the conveyance, we just pick it, we were just to pick it up from the tag place. But to your question, I was going to, and I still may do this because we didn't create tags for nothing. I already have tags, Morse tags. So I may issue the tag myself and then just notify them, because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding about the conveyance. When you see those tags, And again, we can notify, and we have the option. Again, see, the tags that they issue are commercial tags. We're the government. We're non-commercial, non-residential. So then there should be a specific tag that can be issued for us because we've seen them. Whenever you see military conveyances and quote-unquote presidential tags, you know, the tags that are on the motorcade for those that were previously pretending to hold some office, they have specific tags for those conveyances. We can have those issued, or we can create them ourselves. I prefer to create my own, but that's just me. I know that we have a system in place, and we want to use our system. You know, we won't. You know, we don't. But the system, we have to know what part of that system. You know, there's a separate part of that system that's non-commercial, so that we don't have to use any fiat to get the tags, and that the tags state what they're supposed to state. Yes, Empress, they are tax exempt or not taxed tags. Not taxed or non-taxed is actually a better term. And again, this is in our state. This is in our state. You know, so I may save my the tags that we create for my personal conveyance, where I'm not doing government work, but I'm never not doing government work. Never not doing government work, because I like it that way. I like to always be doing government work. So that's a part that each more you can notify them and have it. But see, now that I'm looking at how we do these processes and how we're creating our own, when we notify them, we can just take a photo of the tags that we created and notify them that this is the tag for this conveyance, and it is a not tax tag in our state, which means that they don't have any say. They don't have any say over anything that has to do with us. We're not their subjects in our state. Islam.
I was thinking you probably could also raise the issue of exempt status of the plates and have it boldly printed on the plates, whereby the policyholders be notified in their database not to stop this particular conveyance. The plates itself will say exempt, so there won't be any interruptions of your travel.
And they're not even policy enforcers in our state. They're not. They are for the citizens, not us. So, you know, that's why we notify. And I would just notify of whatever the tag I've issued or our state has issued, because our state issues our own tags. And so,
yes, I understand that, but
no.
A lot of mowers have been pulled over with their mowers plates. And I was saying they may be en route to a party or whatever business function or whatever. And that's just taking time away from them and throwing them off schedule.
You know why, though? You know why they were pulling them over? Pulling us over. Let me say us, because in 2017 I was pulled over 3 times because we had not declared that we're the state. And each mower must declare that they're a part of they're part and parcel of the state, the government. That's why they were being pulled over, because they, you know, in a dead state, if you have something living and it's not properly stated, that's why we had to know these processes, nobility. It's so that we could properly state, so that jurisdiction could be properly invoked. You know.
Well, Empress, and I'm not saying this just because I'm trying to go against what you just said, but I'm just saying this so we can put everything on the table.
Mm-hmm.
The judicial proclamation that we were working with does indeed say that, we're part and parcel to the government because of our status and our heirship of the land and of our ancestors being basically the people of the United States who wrote the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's like, honestly, what the emperor just said is true. It's true, but then of course, we still have Moors who haven't.
So our ancestors.
I would encourage myself as well to just be super, super thorough in who and how you're notifying of your attack.
We missed half of what you said.
Say
I don't know if it's just me. I don't know if it's just me. Morris, did you all hear everything he said? Or did it blink out?
Okay.
No.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry about that.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. But basically I was just saying to be super thorough in who you send who you notify of your tag, and that, of course you still have the option to get the because again, like we're all saying that we're part and parcel to the government, they actually have government tags for the state. So as we've already isolated how Washington is not the same thing as the state of Washington, Washington is still entitled to the resources that the state of Washington uses. So they may have government tags for Washington. I know Georgia has government tags, and they also have the tags from they have diplomatic tags, and then they have tags from the GSA. So those are the options that we have.
Islam, and for those who want to demonstrate that, Islam. For those who want to demonstrate that, Islam. Anything that they issue, I'm always going to make my own. I'm doing reversion of estate on everything. And that has worked in the past very successfully. And when we find something that works, we continue to use it. I would not let them issue me any tags now that I'm really thinking about how we do things, because I wouldn't even let them issue a purchase order. They issued the purchase order. I said, okay, I'll use my own. Thank you. I'll use my own.
Islam.
Yes, Justice Akil put it in the chat. Using anything, see, they're a that's a dead state. Even if they issued a tag, they have authority over what they author. And as long as we're issuing tags, they shouldn't be issuing tags. That's what you see happening is their operations are shutting down because it's unlawful for them to issue tags. It really is.
Islam. The only reason why.
Islam. Justice, where are you? Justice Apollo. Did you all hear that him get bounced out?
I think he's coming back now.
Okay.
Islam.
Justice Apollo, are you back? Islam. Justice Apollo, are you there? Okay, there are two emperors who were wanting to state something.
Yeah, Islam. So,
Islam.
Oh. Okay, so I was gonna share. So, for the current conveyance that I had, I just liened the tags and issued the same numbers in all lowercase letters, and then had a red symbol. Like it almost looks similar, except that it says like Moorish federal government on it and stuff like that, and has our flag and stuff. So I think I would agree that, and then I'm going to notify them. So I think I would agree that sending notice to everyone and putting it on the public record would help with probably the issues the Moors are running into.
I agree with that just because I know that anything that they issue is not for us. That's been the problem. That's been the problem. And then when Moores had Moores tags, we still needed to do what we're doing now, which is if you have Moores tags but you have their insurance policy and you've not properly stated that insurance policy, then they're still seeing a contract there.
Yeah, because I hurried up and created my well, I had already created them, but I never put them on my conveyance. And I was out and about in Minneapolis, and I don't really, do much work in Minneapolis and stuff like that. And a subject came up to my car, and I knew it was the ancestors telling me to get your tag. And he was like working for AAA, and he just came up. He said something quick to me, and then he went and looked at specifically at the plate, and then went and sat down. And I was just like, what the heck? Yeah. That's how they really do try to identify us with plates. So yeah, it is important.
And I'll say this too about the plates and the tags. When Moores have proper, because we do talk about the Moores that were pulled over for having Moores tags, but do we talk about the Moores who were not pulled over because they had Moores tags and who had people following them and they couldn't do anything because they had Moores tags and not tags that could be identified by foreigners? Because there are many of those testaments out there. There are many, 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 many Moors who have Moors tags who are not. They're not in the least bit Islam nobility.
Yeah. I had a case where I had Moors tags. I've gotten pulled over 3 times with my Moors tags, and not once they issued me. Well, one time they issued me a ticket, but I beat the tickets because I leaned the police, the policy enforcers in the courts, and they squashed the tickets, and I still have my conveyance with my tags. So I stood my ground, and I had one policy enforcer. They just left after they held me over for about 20 minutes, and after I stated my status, and I let them know that they were custodians, and they left me alone.
Yeah.
But the other 2 times, one of them left me alone, but the other one, they didn't like what I was saying to them, so they just still tried to issue me tickets, but I beat the tickets. So.
Yeah. See, we don't hear those stories as often as we hear the other ones. Right. Because when Moors get a victory, they just say, this is cool, I'm good, let's keep going, and they don't really get and give the testament. Whereas when Moors have their windows knocked, previously they were having windows knocked in and all of this kind of stuff because the process was not finished. The process was not finished. I'll say it again. The process wasn't finished because you got to finish the process. Moors tags are great, but you got to finish the process. And this is finished. Have you issued a receipt?
Well, I didn't have a receipt at the time, but
no, I'm just saying in general. I wasn't speaking directly to you. I'm just saying in general. But you were left alone that way.
Not one time, but 3 times. So
yes.
The tags. Yes. If you just state your status and address them as custodians, in my case, it worked for me. So
yes. Yes.
Yeah.
If you give them, and see, now you said something valuable there, nobility. If you say, well, officer, these are Moors tags, well, you just called him an officer, and they're going to start doing what officers are supposed. They're going to start acting like one. Moors tags or not, if you give them a title, they're going to act like whatever title you gave them. So keep that in mind, Moors. because Moore's was, a lot of times we hear, oh, I had Moore's tags, they pulled me over and the officer pulled me over and took my conveyance. Well, we see why. We see why. We heard it. We heard the word officer come out of your mouth about them when they're not officers. Islam nobility.
Marco Bay, the territory.
Just one moment. I believe Justice Sharif is. Could you speak up just a little bit, because we can barely hear you there, nobility.
Yes, Empress, could you put a link to in the chat about the prepaid receipt?
Can't hear.
Is that possible?
A link to about the prepaid receipt.
Yeah.
What? A link to what?
The prepaid receipt.
That's just the green. That's this green.
Well, I'd like to have a link to what you did with the conveyance, if it's possible.
This is the green prepaid receipt. That's showing you what to study. Permit number G10, postage and fees. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that, but I was just wondering.
Okay. Is this what you're referring to, nobility?
Yes.
This one? Yeah, we'll put a link to it under the video.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Islam. So, and then one thing I would add to this, now that I'm looking at it, is the lien number. The lien number, like the date and some information about the lien. So this is what I would do, because as we're looking at what's being done, the ancestors are saying, okay, you might want to put this in, you might want to put that in. So and then I would put maybe the tracking number, the date, and any other information linked to the lien on the public record, whether it be a Facebook page or whether you upload it to someplace, ScribD or wherever you put your liens. You can put a link to the lien on the public record. You can add that link to this document. You don't want to put this document. You don't want to put too much information on this, because this is going to be a very simple document. Because you got to remember, this is going to the frontline people, and you don't want to go all up into stuff that you've already put on the public. See, you notify the previous custodians in the office of CEO. You notify them with the heavy hitter documents. And then you notify the frontline people with things like this. And you don't want to put too much on here. If this is more than one page, it's too much information. This is just a simple accounting entry. Okay? So, because again, this is a trustee account statement. So when you receive statements in the mail from utility companies and stuff like that, it's very simple. It's a very simple document. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments about these documents? And about the trust itself and living from your trust. This is how we live from our trust. So we have to take it one exchange at a time. We take it whatever it is that we are looking at on our estate, and we just do the whole thing. For example, someone asked about, tags being issued by them. You want to lien them as part of this process too. Add them to the lien. I added every one that I could think of with regard to this, because for example, USAA, in my sleep, that was the insurance that I had in my sleep. So I can do a reversion of estate on that number and that information, and then and put as many conveyances under that one policy, and then notify. And then if anything happens, you do the same thing. You lien a body shop, and then you say, here, this is how this is paid for. We thank you for paying for it, because again, they owe us. We don't owe them. Empress Rosetta asks, where did you get the creditor number? So Empress, are you talking about this creditor number right here? 72256?
Yes.
Okay, that number came from the original, there it is right there, customer number 372256. Well, I'm not their customer, I'm the creditor. See that number right there at the top?
Yes.
Upper
so that'd
right.
Be the same as utility bills. The account number would be the creditor number.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, would I put my social on it as well? My sovereign security number?
Yes, you can do that, and that could actually be the creditor number, and then the account number could be your sovereign account number, because they're going to be issuing things every month, statements every month. We just take that statement and state it properly and issue a receipt.
Okay, because the receipt I did, I called it the escrow account number.
Yes, that's fine, as long as it's on government letterhead or accompanied by. You have to create it though. That's the
I did.
Islam.
Islam.
So all I did was, in order to create my trustee prepaid receipt, I just needed to look at what they did and then create it myself. See, this is what they issued. Well, we're not going to use this. We're going to, and yes, Justice Apollo, you brought up that this started in July. Yes, because I was waiting for the ancestors to give me the steps to where I felt like, okay, this is complete. This is a complete process. And by the time we got to trustee prepaid receipt and fiduciary money and all of that, they said, okay, now you can issue a receipt for this. Okay,
Islam.
and then they said, okay, put the signatures on here and stamp it paid, and then send it. Islam.
My question is, why did you elect to get a used conveyance as opposed to a new one?
For the sake of the demonstration only. I just thought, I was just saying, ancestors, okay, you're saying it's time to demonstrate this, okay. So I just picked something that I saw that was out there, that I could use. Now, it's not a useless thing. I can use a truck. I'm not even a truck empress. Some empresses love trucks. I'm not even a truck empress. But I saw that one and I thought, this is nice. It was white. And, I like white conveyances. And so I said, okay, I'll just pick this one and demonstrate it.
Big truck.
I could have picked something straight off the showroom floor there. I could have. But I said, they didn't have a white one. They had a black Maybach, Mercedes-Benz Maybach. And I don't need a Maybach because I don't have a chauffeur. And then they had some S550s, which I absolutely love S550s too, but they were the wrong color. And I said, okay, I'll just pick this and do the demonstration. And really I was doing it to show, to put the process in place for us. That's really why I chose that, is to put the process in place for the Moors who want to do conveyance demonstrations. That's a good question. I thought about that, and I thought I should have picked some, an S550, but they didn't even have one that I could have done like what one of the other nobles said. I could have gone online and actually done a factory, put one together, a white one together, brand new from the factory, and have them to make the conveyance. I could have done that too. But I was more interested in presenting the demonstration than actually getting something, specific for me, per se. I'm more interested in us getting the processes in place so Moors don't have to keep going without. Because Moors need conveyances. They need domiciles. They need groceries, and they need, and I'm saying need, but not need is not the right word. It's not the right word. It's the right words are everything already belongs to us. We just need to know the process to take custody and possession of it. We have custody. We're just now taking possession. Thank you, Justice Sharif. It is an honor to serve the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. Who in their right mind would not want to serve the heirs? Who would not want to do that? Who would say, they own everything, including the socks I'm wearing? Who wouldn't want to serve? The nobility for all time. Islam. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, so wait, Empress. So, okay, you just said who wouldn't want to serve the nobility?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that's all I'd be trying to say when we get into them being custodians. Like when we talk about the contract piece, we put the Constitution in place so that they could do the serving. But of course, we know how it got out of hand. But when I was talking about the license plates and the diplomatic license plates, we know that they'll put you in a corporate status if you don't clarify it up front. But originally, even in how they have it written out, they know that diplomats have immunity for their personal and in their official capacity. So if you correct that and state that up front, that's the type of energy that you should get back, is of the lawful servant, not the the energy of the capitalism that we've been trying to alleviate ourselves from. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's all I was trying to say with that. And then I'll say one more thing too. When I did a demonstration about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, where we went to the clerk's office and got her oath of office, and her oath of office said that she wasn't holding an office of trust or profit under the United States, but that she was qualified to do so, and that she would still support the Constitution's, plural, it had an S at the end of it, of the United States. So help her God, right? So what we've been doing and what we've been trying to get back into the groove of doing is clarifying for them that you're going to serve under the correct bond, which is the organic Constitution. And that is the contract that we do have with them. So I'll just leave it at that. Islam.
And again, contracts have to have two equal parties sitting at the table agreeing on that, and we've not done that with them. The Lord for the land gives the commands, period. So we don't have there's a difference between a contract and the Lord giving commands on the land. There's a huge. Islam. And let me say this. Let me just say this too before I yield the floor. So we've all heard the term, a good leader knows how to follow first. And I'm not saying I'm a leader of Moors, because no one leads the Moors. We all lead ourselves. I lead processes and protocols and things like that, and assemblies. I coordinate assemblies. I'm not even leading that. I'm just coordinating it. But we've all heard that a good leader knows how to follow first, and in order to be a good leader. Well, the same thing goes for the lords on the land. We know how to serve the heirs first before we can say, okay, now do the heirs entrust us to lead this process? So I'm not looking for them to serve me. I can serve me. I don't need them to do anything but just, when we give our commands, just step aside and let us do what we do. And provide assistance where, as far as I'm concerned, their service is done. That's why we're removing them from office. They've done everything. What were they supposed to do? Hold everything down while we slept, and then when we woke up, remove the hold. And we actually removed the hold. So I'm not looking for anybody to serve me like that. I don't need them to do that. I need them to, when we give a command, just obey the command. We can serve ourselves, because we have to know how to serve ourselves. We have to know how to, that's what this exercise really is. It's not to make other people kiss our feet, even though they will. We've seen the Pope do let me go back a little bit. We've seen the former custodian previously in the office of Pope do that. We know that they can kiss feet. We don't need that. I don't need that. What my mandate is for them is to do what they did already, which was wake up, do the wake up thing, assist with waking up, and then move out of the way, because it's our estate. And it is my joy to serve the Moors, because I already know it's through our service to each other that we rise. It's our service, because they're not even going to be here, most of them. They're not going to be here. And as they're leaving, because many of them are gone already, as they're leaving, if we're looking around for them and we don't know how to do it, then what? So we have to know how to serve one another. And that's really what this is all about, is us serving one another. And I am up for it all day, every day. I yield the floor. There was an empress and an emperor who was going to say something.
Islam.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Marco Bay, Virginia Territory. I just wanted to say, a few months ago I was stopped, which was the last time I was stopped by a policy enforcer, a custodian, was a rookie. Long story short, I had the custodian lieutenant come out, and I received a lot of respect from that person. Long story short, after just stating a few things, I was just, I just got the, okay, Mr. Bay, have a great day. In a lot of situations I have been in, I realized it is the energy, and the energy as well, the mind, body, and soul, the approach. That is a lot of people are looking for. I'm not saying it has to be too much, but again, we know who we are, and the energy is in it all. As I demonstrate, I just realized that, and again, I know I will never have another issue with my plates and things like that as I move along, but it is most certainly the energy that you have to project that there is Islam.
Peaceful energy, and energy that does not have ego in it. You know, Islam. And even if there are parts that you have not fully grasped, Moors, with the right energy, the ancestors will say, okay, let's make sure they know this part next time. You know, instead of a slam. Instead of a slam.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave it at this. I'm really nervous, so forgive me. The lieutenant, I'll call him Saranto, which was his last name. I think he was Italian. One thing I did notice that he was very, very pleased to hear me state certain things and to see my comfortability. And I guess my airship, I did. So there was a very a great smile on his face, and to leave me with there was some a sort of feeling of like he could tell I knew what I was doing and talking about in the way I was moving. So he was very pleased to depart from me, you know, in the way that it was. So Islam.
Islam. You know, here's the thing, Morris. Our ancestors, they meant for us to stand. That's what they meant for us to do, is stand. And when we stand, they will do the rest. They will do the rest. Just one moment, because I wanna point this out again because it's important. If we as we continue to put our best selves forward, to serve one another, because that should actually be, first we save ourselves. That's number one, because that's providing a service to yourself. You save yourself before you do anything else. You save yourself. Then you begin to serve your brothers and sisters. And that's the only thing that subjects are here to ensure, that we are serving one another, and we're not here. We don't have to put them down in order for us to feel like we're somebody. We don't have to put the subjects down to feel like we're because I can tell you this, the ancestors have been showing me recently that if we all could see the vastness of our estate, we wouldn't even be bothered about them having a building or two here and there. We really wouldn't. It wouldn't even bother us.
Right.
Because the estate is so vast.
Yeah, it's enough to go around for everybody.
It's triple, quadruple, exponentially millions and trillions of. The estate has grown just since we started this call. It has probably doubled in size. Just since we started this call. Every time there's an earthquake or a volcano or anything like that, that means that more land is being created. And there's never a time when that's not happening somewhere on our earth. So our estate is growing so quickly. And so again, like I said before this call started, the ones that are here on this call and those that are hearing this, we have been put through a very quick rise because the estate is growing so fast. So we don't have to, I don't need them kissing my feet and being subject. Let me make sure I state that properly, because they are subjects. They will always be subjects. But I don't need to have them falling all over the place like that because I already know who I am. I know who I am. And I know that it's my job to serve the Moors anyway, to assist. That's what the Quran says, to assist our brothers and sisters. So let me pull up really quickly chapter 29, my favorite, all-time favorite chapter. This is all I needed, that I, after reading this chapter, this is what the subjects are to do, verses 1 and 2. O thou, the favorite of heaven, whom the sons of men, and this says thy equals, we know that that's the all caps. Because they were previously when we thought we were citizens. That's where that comes from. It says, O thou, the favorite of heaven, whom the sons of men have agreed to raise to the sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves. We're already ruling them. So I don't, to me, it's like, well, let's just assist one another then, and let's keep it moving. The glory of a king, and in our case, it's the matriarch. The glory of the matriarch is the welfare of her people. Her power and dominion rest on the hearts of her subjects. The subjects should be comfortable too. They're going to be comfortable on the land, but the heirs must stand and be the heirs without doubt or contradiction. Are there any other comments, wisdom, etc.? There was another nobility that was going to say something.
Islam,
Empress.
Okay. This is A.G. Nabi Chandra Bay out of Texas Territory. And I want to share something that happened about 2 months ago. I was pulled over by a policy enforcer who was a sleeping Moor sister. And I have my own, I call them tabs, not tags, on my vehicle. Mm-hmm. And it's not registered to their state. It's not even in their system, even looking up the VIN number. I received it like that, so I kept it like that. And I put on my tabs, I have my temple, and there was under my temple government on my tags. Mm-hmm. She wanted to tow my vehicle. I told her to call her supervisor out. I spoke to her supervisor, who immediately, when he saw me, he says, I remember you. Now, mind you, he remembers me from a cause that I did with an eviction case that he got in trouble for because of what I did. Mm-hmm. Actually sanctioned him and asked him who was going to pay for this, because he tried to basically move forward with an eviction that he wasn't supposed to move forward with, and I pulled him back in the court, and the judge actually sanctioned who he was a quote-unquote in the office of lieutenant at the time, who is now in the office of chief at the police department, the policy enforcement department. So when he came, he noticed who I was, and I basically explained to him again. He was like, I already know. So I told him about traveling, and I told him the laws. He said, we don't know that. Can you educate us? Can you send us some information? So that was, to me, a turning point, for them to be able to know, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to be able to get to the point where I'm educating them. So if they do something, they know they've already been notified. There's no reason for them to violate us anymore, especially around here. Islam, I yield.
Islam. We will be, the tests are the tests. That's why we're here. But there's no test we can't pass simply by continuing to be ourselves. That's what we do. We're ourselves at all times, So clearing the energy, keeping the energy clear is going to be the key, because I will say this, that every now and then I will come across someone, and it's not very often, but every now and then I'll come across a Moor who will not check their energy. And I'm looking at all that they're missing out on. And, I keep saying, we can give the processes all day, but if the energy is not what it should be, and what it should be is, you will know when your energy is what it should be. You will know that because you will have cleared your own energy. We are to judge ourselves. We're to do that. We are to judge ourselves. And when we judge ourselves, we don't have to be, there's no need for anyone else to do that. And then we don't miss out on these things, because listen, the estate is manifested, 100, manifested. It's manifested. All we have to do is properly take possession, period. And that's going to require that we continue to just clear our energy and demonstrate our status. That's all. Things have gotten a lot easier perceptively than they were when we first started. When we first started, we were wondering, how are we going to do all of this? Well, now we know. Now we know how it can be done. We needed to do the lien process, and that process was really attacked when we first started doing it, and now we don't hear any attacks whatsoever on the lien process from other, we certainly didn't get any attacks from foreign hybrids about the liens. It was only some Moors who were saying, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. Now we don't even hear that from them, because they know now, it's been revealed to them by their own willingness to see that it's a lawful process, and it should be done for everything. Every move we make, it should be preceded by a lien and then fiduciary activities and actions. Every move we make, because we're not doing commerce the way that it was done that last era. We are actually non-commercial, which means that everything is attached to who we are. It's attached to who we are. And that's where gold and lawful money comes in at, and lawful exchanges. When we put the money in place by way of our liens, then we're using gold-backed sovereign lawful money. So we have actually, through our own actions, Moors, we've aligned ourselves, our land, and our property and our commerce lawfully. It is lawful alignment. And that's what our ancestors wanted us to do, is just align lawfully. Get in alignment with the Constitution. In alignment, we're not under anything. So whenever the word under wants to come out of your mouth, don't use it when you're talking about yourself. Because you're not under anything. You're not under any documents. We're really not even under a vine and fig tree. We created the vine and fig trees. Everybody else got to get under them. It's the language. Our freedom, our sovereignty, and all of that is contained within our language. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word is God. Are there any other questions or comments regarding living from our trust? And have I made it overstandable and understandable on how to live from the trust up to this point? That is my question to you. If I can clarify that any further for you, I will be happy to do that. And again, I'll go back through the steps. Is nationality, that's name change, judicial proclamation in red and blue. These 6 steps need to be in red and blue, and then you go into these steps. Name change judicial proclamation, termination of all corporate contracts so that you're not co-debtors as you're going through this process. You can see now where that is so important, because we're living from a creditor trust. We can't be co-debtors with them since now that we're living from our trust. So a termination of corporate contracts, a proclamation of trust, stating that, yes, we have a trust, we have a sovereign trust on the public record. That's a proclamation of trust is just a few sentences. It's the court action language, and then it says, yes, we have a national, universal, sovereign trust. Empire State for Morocco, and all of the above, trust. Then number 4 is a lien on the nom de guerre and the social, so that no one can capitalize any of your exchanges. That keeps it off of a dead stock market. So that's a financial move right there. And then a lien on the United States Corporation Company, so that they cannot, no matter what you say, if you wrote it, they got to do it. They have to abide by it. Islam.
Can you go over again where the green slips come into play for the trust receipt?
Yes. Just so these green receipts here. Just one moment. Let me pause the screen sharing for just a moment. Hopefully you can see this. Okay. So these receipts right here, there's a little bit of an echo coming from one of the lines, and I can't see exactly where that's coming from. Oh, Justice Consu. And Justice Consu, you had a question earlier. I hope that I answered the question. I'll go back. I'm going to go back and look to see that I answered the question.
Islam, I figured it's about the number, your course number on your prepaid card.
Oh, yes.
I figured it out.
Yeah.
While I'm here, the script you have in your hand, where do you get it from?
The post office.
Okay. This last one.
Yes. So this says official receipt, right? Well, who are the officials? Who's the post office? It says official use. We were actually the only ones that were supposed to be using these in the first place, really. And so this certified mail receipt, it says it right there at the top, it's a receipt. U.S. Postal Service receipt. Okay? It says official use only. And it says domestic mail only. Right? So that's what the liens are for, is to make sure that everything is domestic for us. We are not commercial and not residential, but what we send is domestic. So this, if you read on the back of it, it will discuss how its use and how it accesses what it needs to access. What it says on the back, is that it has a unique identifier, which is the trust identifier. So that's a financial number. These tracking numbers match however much it costs to send that parcel. They match the deposit, because our parcels are deposits. They're pluses. They're credit. That's why we put them in a deposit box. Okay, and so this identifies the deposit, that the deposit has been made. And then what we're doing is we're depositing the receipt. We're not paying. We're depositing the receipt saying this is paid for. And then what are they doing? They're performing according to the payment that they made to us. That's how come we don't need fiat to do this process. This is a receipt telling them this is already paid for. Yes, you paid Islam. And that's why it's called a receipt. And no one has the ability to certify anything, because there are no, we're the ones who have the authority to certify that something is a receipt or not. So this just makes it so that we don't have to, we're already creating the receipt when we create the labels and the mailing locations. That's why our mailing location has to be at the top. The post office is the only place, this is the only place where we didn't have to create our own receipt. The post office. Why? Because the post office is universal already, even no matter whether it's always had, first of all, a certain amount of gold that stayed there. The Universal Postal Union has always had a certain amount of gold that stayed there. For times like this, when we woke up and we started doing our demonstrations. There's a little bit of noise coming from somewhere. Islam.
Do we just go to the post office and ask for these things?
Do we what?
Do we go to the post office and ask for this, what's the ordinance?
You don't even have to ask for them. They have them sitting out. We just go pick them up.
Okay.
Stacks and stacks of them. And then for me, now everybody's not like us, but all of these have repeating numbers. At least 3 repeating numbers. That's how I do mine. Is I hand pick each one of mine, but you don't have to be that meticulous about it. But I like to be meticulous and do our number magic on the things that we see. So, that's how I do mine. Just a moment. There's a okay. So that is how that's what I do with mine. I just go and some days when I just need to get away from the paperwork for just a minute, I'll go to the post office and just thumb through and pull out the ones that have number magic on them and use those. So that is how we live off of our trust, Morris. And we do that with everything. Everything that we do, we issue a receipt and just ensure that the proper that if we were on the other end, on the receiving end, that we would be able to identify the exchange and put it into a system. Because that's what I think about when I do, because we're really doing both sides of the exchanges right now, because we're going to be on both sides of the exchanges. Not only are we going to be handing receipts over, we're going to be receiving receipts too from other Moors. So in doing these processes and presenting the paperwork and doing the things that we do, speaking from our courts and possessing the land, we want to keep in mind that, you know, we want to treat that exchange as if we were on both the giving side and the receiving side, the sending and receiving side of that. The Google Sheets bookkeeping part. Okay, so Empress, thank you for that. That's a good question also. Yes, we can go over that. Let me pull up Google Sheets. Just one moment. Oops. Just one moment. Okay. So with Google Sheets, what I did to create my receipt, this is what I did to create it. I went to Google Sheets. Can you all see Google, at least the browser on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm here at this Google account, which, and again, the accounts, we don't have to exchange fiat to do this. These accounts, I didn't have to give a card number or anything. I just logged in and I liened them first. So you can see the Google lien and court action. That was done, 2, 3, 4 years ago. And we put that on the public record as well. So up in this corner right here, you go to, if you scroll down in the corner, you'll see here Google Sheets right here. And this is what the icon looks like. You click on that, and either you can start a new spreadsheet or you can open one that's already on, on here that you've already done. This is where I created my receipt. And then all I did was just look at what was being put there. Look at their purchase order and then create it. So Empress Chitali was mentioning a transportation fee. So I could put that right here, transportation fee. It says other not applicable. I could put that right here and say $125 that they will be paying us for transporting the conveyance. I could put that right here, and it would change this amount. So let me just show you, because I think I put formulas in here. If I put the formula in here, it's going to change this 82,609 by 125. If I didn't, I can put it in there. So let me just hit enter and see if it changes it. Nope, it didn't change it. So I would need to just add G14. And you don't have to know how to program your, when I put the formulas in here, it will change both of these, because this one was, I put the formula here. so that it would change, these two would stay the same. Okay. And then amount due is 0. And so now I'm going to take that amount out, and it should change it back to 82,609. And again, that's just, let me see if it will do that. Oh, I have to change it right here. There, and then now it's gone back to 82,609. So this is how I did it. And here it says fiduciary right here on the left. Fiduciary does hereby verify that the amounts listed on this document are affirmed, true, and accurate. And that's these parts right here. Balance owed and all of that's zeroed out. So this is, and then I can make any changes to the document here on this page. I added the, here's the autographs and everything, and then I would just need to put my autograph there once I print it out and then scan it back in. Okay. So for Google Sheets, whenever you want to make your columns and your rows, because columns are up and down and rows are across, I wanted this row to be a bigger row, so I just, did it like that and just moved it. You can move it up and down, and then I added a little color here to differentiate this row from the next rows. I put a little pink in here, and that you can do. And you can just take a little tutorial to know how to do this kind of thing. The ancestors prepared us to serve the heirs in this manner in our sleep. So a lot of us know how to do that, but for those who don't, you can take a tutorial, or again, we're preparing to serve. So when you come to the dealership, you're going to be looking at us, and then we're going to get up from there and go to the bank and do that documentation if necessary. It may not be necessary. We may just do banking stuff on one day and conveyance stuff on the next day, and then and see, we could have all of that in the dealership. We could have banking, insurance, and inspections and tags right there at the dealership, because we can we're creating all of that ourselves if we want to do it that way. All that we're preparing to serve. All of us are preparing to serve one another on the land. So anything that you don't know how to do or you feel unsure about, don't worry about it. It's going to come. It's going to come. We have been called outside of our comfort zone and had to do things that we had no clue about. But the ancestors said, go ahead and we'll assist you in knowing how to do it. Like sewing a flag. I'm not a seamstress. In my sleep, I didn't learn how to sew. So the ancestor said, you sew the first flag and we'll make sure that everything else after that is produced. But you have to be the portal for the information and the energy to come through by what you do. And then once you do that, the ancestors, that allows the energy to come in and the ancestors will come to our aid. So that's really what we're doing, Morris, is providing the portal by which the creative energies for different tasks and responsibilities of governing can come into the earth and be made manifest.
Islam.
This
is Izim again. Did you handcraft your large flag behind you? The red.
I did not handcraft. This was, let me see, did I do this one? Yeah, I crafted this one. This one, let me see, this is one I crafted.
Yeah, because I noticed that you can't buy, nothing that size can be purchased through Amazon, so I was just curious.
And then I have other ones, like I have one outside. I crafted the one that's outside, and I put photos of it up there. I believe this one was crafted by Empress. Let me see. Empress Minnie Price Bay, I believe. I know I crafted a couple of them, and she just helped with getting that energy into the earth. Empress Minnie Price Bay at Detroit, Michigama territory, and she and I are just connected. We're just connected, as we are with all the matriarchs, So yeah, the subjects will not always be here to do this kind of thing. We have to do it. We at least have to get it started. And once we get it started, that allows the energy in so that others can help do things. See, the subjects needed our permission to even create this kind of stuff. So by us doing it first, they just say, okay, now we can do it because the Moors did it first. And that's how all of this happened. When we fell, they said, okay, we can be lawless because the Moors are lawless. They're not even being themselves. So it's okay for us to just lie about documents and lie on and sign paperwork and don't keep up with it. That's where the corporates got that action and behavior, is whatever they see us do, they're going to do. And now we are lawful, and we've been lawful. We were just acting. And now we're being ourselves. And so they're being themselves, which is subjects who, you see them telling the truth. Documents and records are being released, and we're able to see things, the way that we need to see them. Or not need to, but the way that to assist in the grand rising.
Islam. I noted that here in the Khalifa territory, the custodians in the office of DMV, they issued a handbook for people, I would say the sleeping Moors, to study for the exam. Now, I don't know if in your area, in your particular territory, do you have those handbooks from DMV?
They have them, and yeah, they have them.
The reason why I mention it, because if you go through every page, you're never going to find the word insurance. We get confused because of different so-called insurance brokers saying you need insurance on your conveyance. But you're not going to find it anywhere in the handbooks that issued by the United States Corporation. Now, the very last page, you will notice the word financial responsibility. That is all they say, and that is equivalent to insurance. So people, it's more like a misnomer where people assume, okay, I got to get insurance, but nowhere in the handbook says you have to have insurance.
That is correct.
Yes. So therefore, we draft our own.
Insurance is a maritime.
Just a moment. Please let Justice Azim finish. Say the last sentence that you said, Justice Azim.
I was indicating that since it's basically not just blatantly stated there, we draft our own. One way, say the sleeping Moors may not have the financials to get some kind of coverage for their conveyance. They can always turn to a bond, because say hypothetically, you say you want to cover your liability for others, 50, 100, 20, 50. You say, I can't afford it. I just can't afford it. So what they can do is get a bond, and that will bond. See, back in the day, you could get a bond for $13, $15 and have a exposure of $100,000 to cover anyone on behalf of your liability. Look at the substantial savings that's not coming from your pocket. So you're only out of $15 as opposed to someone that's not aware of this is out of, say, $300 to $1,500 a year for liability coverage. So by putting a bond on your conveyance, that satisfies the financial responsibility for any given so-called state of the United States corporation. So by us using our affidavits, that takes care of that in a nutshell. I yell.
Islam. So let me just respond to that really quickly. So that is a transitionary move that if we didn't have our own money, that might be a consideration that we would consider, but we have our own money, we have our own banks, we have our own everything. So what we're doing is we're not bonding ourselves to them and using their $15 fiat to do anything. That's the purpose of living from our trust. What we're doing now, and again, Justice Azim, that is something that, a while back, that would have been a good thing to do because of the transition. We are proceeding fully transitioned. And with us proceeding fully transitioned, it's making it so that those who might be at a different place on the timeline, they may be able to do that process, but after a while they're going to have to come out of that because there's still some attachment there to the corpse, and the corpse is going to reach for their attachment because that's how they eat. And we're saying no corpse eating off of us at all. We're not going to bond ourselves to you. We're not going to use your fiat. We're not going to use your system. We're going to proceed unencumbered.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. I wasn't trying to cut the emperor off. I just wanted to jump in really quick and say that he's absolutely correct, because the thing is, insurance is actually a maritime contract, and insurance for your conveyance on the land doesn't quite add up. What happens is they just want to see that, and it's a responsibility. It's responsible to show that you have a budget you have a set budget aside for anything that could happen. And so whoever put indemnis facere in the chat is absolutely correct. You would just do an indemnity. It can be called an indemnity bond, but like we're already saying, and like we're seeing tonight with the trust receipt, you can show a receipt for how it's already been set aside for indemnity. You see what I'm saying? To go ahead and make whole anything that could be damaged. So, and they do it. They do it all the time in their corporate operations. For example, corporate operative pretending to be a sheriff. A lot of the so-called public officials, a lot of them have bonds with insurance companies, but some of them, including a lot of the ones pretending to be sheriffs, don't actually have bonds. They're quote unquote self-insured, where they have already put something on the public record, or they'll go take it to the clerk's office and file it in there, saying that, we have a budget of about 50,000 Federal Reserve notes that we'll use to pay out any claims. So yeah, you would just have your own, I think that was you, Empress Light. You would just put your own indemnis facere on the public record.
Yes. So insurance is, let's think about, first of all, what state are you traveling in? That's going to determine that process. If you're traveling in a dead state, then that's where fiat and bonds and things like that come into play. We're not traveling in a dead state. And I'm not trying to be mean about that. I'm just stating that we're proceeding based on the documentation that we put on a public record, we're not traveling anywhere near them. We're traveling in our own sovereign state. Insurance is a state-issued contract. We can contract in our own state. What we don't want to do is try to bond ourselves to a dead state and then use their fiat and contract with them. Because even fiat, each fiat piece is a contract. We don't want to do that because we're living from our living trust. Insurance is a state-issued contract. That's why whenever something happens, who comes in? State agents. There's something called a state insurance commission for each state. We're the state insurance commission for our state, so we do an indemnis facier, or we can call it insurance because, again, we're in our own state. We don't contract with them. We're doing it from our own state. Our contract is actually with each other state Moors. So
Islam.
How you do that process, Justice Azim, how you do that process depends on where you know that you are. If you know that, we know we're at ancient Morocco. We know that. To us, there's no question. So we're doing all of our processes where we're saying we're at ancient Morocco. We know we're all offices here. So our insurance is a state-issued contract. Yes, it is a state-issued contract. We're the Secretary of State. We're the state. So, yes, we contract with each other that way. You know, we have a trust. We have a state trust. And again, that's what we're doing. We're living from our trust, and we're not doing anything that has to do with them. And yet we don't even need to do the fiat piece at all. In our state, we don't use fiat. We either use fiduciary money, or we use dolarium, or we use our documents as money. It's all gold backed. Islam. Justice Azim?
Islam. Yes, I was only speaking in terms of the sleeping Moors, because, see, a lot of them are not in a financial position to maintain coverage for their conveyance. And I was just making this known whereby they can basically bridge themselves until they wake up.
They can't even do that. Right. In reality, because, again, they're still – see, now that the process is in place, the money is in place, the liens are in place. All of that is in place. We're not making room for people to stay over there. And because that system ain't making room for nobody to stay over there, those people who do that will be arrested and thrown in jail. So we, from our perspective, and Justice Azim, I honor what you're doing. You're thinking about our brothers and sisters. We can help them better by going ahead and being as straightforward as those policy enforcers were on the side of the road. Straightforward. Because that's really what now when I first woke up, that was the clarity that I was seeking from the ancestors is, okay, how do we get away from that? We stop contracting with them and stop contracting with them and stop making excuses for ourselves. And I'm not saying you're doing that, Justice Azim. I'm saying this is what we were looking at when we started seeing, okay, how do we get away from Moors being taken and detained and all of that? How do we get away from that? Put the process in place, build the bridge over troubled waters, and then say, okay, point to the bridge. There's the bridge. There's the bridge. There's the bridge. I still, for this demonstration, I still have to lien the quote-unquote state inspector for the inspection for this. I still have to do that. That's a process that I've not done yet. So I've put it in my notes to do that lien soon, today, actually. I'm probably going to have to do it either today or tomorrow, or change the delivery date to make sure that it's done. The emissions inspection place. There comes a time in what we're doing that we say, okay, we've been transitioning these last 3.5, 4, 5 years. We've been transitioning. Now transition time is over. We're here. We've traveled and traversed to get back to our land. We're here. That's where we are. This is where our state is. We are at ancient Morocco, period. And that's going to further cut down on Moors being detained and things like that, is because we have the processes here. So that's why we keep putting it on the public record. We're going to continue to do that as long as the ancestors say do it, because our brothers and sisters their transition needs to not take 3.5 years. And that's why the prophet said that the Moors that are coming in, they're going to be coming in with their eyes wide open, knowing what to do, because we have made that learning curve a lot steeper. That means they rise a lot quicker because they have things that they're going to be bringing to the table. And you can see it in the babies already. In the Moorish babies, they're knowing how to talk and they're not even walking yet. And things like that. We're seeing babies walking early. We're seeing babies who can do ABCs and counting and adding before they ever see a preschool. They're coming in, eyes wide open, holding their necks up as newborn. Yes, Justice. So we're doing the same thing with our brothers and sisters who have yet to wake up. We're saying these are the processes, and they'll study the paperwork just like we studied the paperwork. When I first woke up, I'm so grateful for R.V. Bay Publications and for Moorish Public Records, which is another part that they put up on the internet. Empress Anna E. L., Empress Zulil L., Empress Ras Mariah, and Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey. They had documents up there that we could look at, and as long as we were willing to seek ye first the kingdom and study the documents, the ancestors would help us through the processes. And that steepened our learning curve so that we could come through and say, okay, let's take it to the next. Let's take this a little further. Let's take it further. Let's see what else we can do and what else the ancestors will show us. Let's get our own money. We know we need that. We know we need a national currency, and we also need fiduciary currency. We need our courts. We need to, every time we speak, we need to be speaking from our consular courts. Okay, let's do all of this. Let's get all of this stuff up and running as quickly as possible. And so here we are. And so now our brothers and sisters that are waking up, because I have kin, brothers and sisters who need to wake up because they're so smart. And I know you all have that in your kinship, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, sons, daughters, who need to wake up because they're so smart. They're you can see them starting to stir in their sleep. They don't have to. It's not going to take them 3.5 years to get to where we are, because we've already done that. It's on the public record, and as they clear their energy, the ancestors will show them these videos and the things that you all have put on the public record. They'll go to Script D. They'll go to the public record and be seeing your documents and things out there. And then they'll catch on even quicker and take it even further. So that's where we are right now. And our Grand Sheikh said that things would start happening quicker. That's where we are now.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I want to say this too really quickly, and I'll yield the floor. I want to thank each one of you, and I'm gonna try not to cry. I want to thank each one of you for overstanding my tone sometimes, because I'm a Leo and I really wanted us to get this. And sometimes my tone can come across a little bossy or a little, assertive. And I thank you for overstanding that and still hearing the message that we're being given. And with that, I yield the floor. Go ahead, Nobility.
Islam.
Islam.
Okay. So first, my transcendent sign is Leo, so that's why I pick up on all your energy. You're my Leo sister, even
Islam.
though my sun sign is a Pisces. So
Islam.
on the lien with the Mercedes Benz, as we know, with a dealership, we also have the sales side and we have the service side. So they have their own side that's going to repair or do repairs on the vehicle. So when we lien that dealership, we also leaning the service side, which will do all the repairs or any inspections on the vehicle, as long as we put it on the lien. Because once we put that on the lien, they have to register with the corporate state that, the corporate state, and once we put that lien, that severs that contract they have with that. But we already liened the corporation, so it doesn't really matter. We don't lien everything before we even get to this point.
Yeah. And the liens were one of the first steps in setting up the accounts whereby we can start deducting services from that. So we can even put service into the receipt. You know how in our sleep BMW, for example, in our sleep BMW, those former custodians previously doing business as BMW, whenever you would buy a new BMW, they would put 4 years of service in there, automatically in the original, so that you just bring it in for service. Whenever you needed oil changes, tire rotations, and all of that, for 4 years you had it. They automatically added all of that in, and it may have added 5 or 10 or 15,000 to the price, but they would do the servicing and then they would run it through the wash, so that you didn't have to even wash the conveyance if you didn't want to wash it, because they did it every week if you wanted them to do it. I know Mercedes had it where we could bring our conveyances in every week, and get it washed freely, for the as long as we own the vehicle. So it's those things that we do need to, put into the service, into our receipt. But even if, for example, it's not in my receipt, that doesn't mean that I won't get the service. It just means that when I do need the service, I just send ahead another receipt for the service. And in the service receipt, I can put 4 years of service, oil changes and all of that. So how would I do that? Just pick how much is an oil change, or I can even go online without even talking to them and look up the market rate of an oil change for a Mercedes-Benz or whatever, and how much it costs for new tires or whatever. And,
One more thing.
Islam.
Yeah,
I was also, while you were talking.
Hold on one moment. There was another nobility who said one more thing. The noble who said that.
Okay, pertaining to these different Mercedes, BMW, Volvo. When you go to the auto school to learn how to repair these vehicles, they have a separate school that you have to go to learn the specific vehicle. You can't touch these vehicles unless you went to their school to train, because it's completely different than the so-called American car. So if you're going to get one of these vehicles, you want to leave it with those mechanics because they're specifically trained just to deal with those Mercedes. You don't want to go anywhere else. Now, until the Moors get training so they can fix the vehicles, we're going to have to use the subjects to do the work. But like Sister Light said, we got to do the correct contract so they can do the work.
It's not a contract.
You know what I mean. But we got to use them to fix these vehicles and to do the service on them.
Every service department has at least one more already in there.
Oh, that's good.
They all do.
Okay.
And most service departments, now that they know what's happening, they have mostly Moors. Yeah. They have mostly sleeping Moors in there. Thank you, Nobility, for that. With regard to, again, most of the dealerships, like even when I went to get the purchase order, they knew to send a Moor to me. They didn't need, there were others standing around, but they know what this is already. They already know that the Moors must govern the state we hold every office, including service advisors and service departments and all of that.
So, Empress, what happened when you went into the dealership?
The first thing that they did was a Moor. The former custodian previously in the office of manager, he automatically got up and went and got a Moor to assist. And the Moor and I sat down and talked, and of course he wanted to know, about me and what we were doing, and I had the opportunity to introduce him to Moorish science. And he had heard something about Moorish science, but he needed to know more, so I was able to provide him with resources on where he could look to do his own study. And then he gave me the purchase order, so this is what I said to him. I said, if I need another purchase order, I'm going to come to you for the purchase order. He said, sure.
So are you saying that when you went in there, they already knew that you had declared your nationality?
No, I went up to the front desk, and they had an Empress there, and they also had a foreigner there at the front desk. And I said, I need to speak to someone about that conveyance right there.
Okay.
And first it was a female, and then she called the service. The one who was over at a desk over there, because he's not the service manager, we're the service managers. But she called someone who was sitting at a desk that was a little higher than hers, I guess, in height, higher. And he automatically, hey, Gary, can you come? And Gary was there in 2 seconds.
Islam. When I was looking for a conveyance in 2020, I was looking for sleeping Moor owned. And so I found a BMW dealership in Modesto, a Cadillac dealership in LA. I found a Chevrolet Durango in Washington. They're all over. And I was looking for anything black sleeping Moor owned. I was looking for hotels. Supposedly, there's 2 hotels that Sleepy Moor own next to the San Francisco Bay Bridge, but I can't confirm it. But yeah, that's my angle when I do this. Might as well hit them up, get them both ways, because you're waking them up, and then hopefully when they're awake, you already have them in place to receive us. So, or if not, will they just get leaned until they wake up?
Well, they get leaned anyway. They're already leaned. That's the issue that everyone's having, is they're already leaned, and they're all struggling.
Yes. So they're out there. So I just wanted to put that little tidbit, because that's been my personal thing, to find any Moors that are already in business, to in position to receive this.
That's a good strategy, Empress. That's a good strategy. For me, as far as I'm concerned, we own them all. And the same ones that we were going to in our sleep, because we would take our conveyances to the dealership to get certain things done. Not always, but some, most of the time, if it depended on what that service was, we would take them to the dealership. So we're going right back to those same places, except those places have been transplanted by way of ship to ancient Morocco. We're going to the same places, and we're Moors. And you're lien, not you, not them, because we didn't lien the breathing beings. We leaned the corporate covering off of them. And, Islam nobility.
I was thinking along the lines of road service. Say, for instance, on the weekend or at night you're somewhere, unforeseeable circumstances pops up, can't get the the automobile started or whatever. And most of the time the services are closed after a certain hour. So road service will be a very important thing to make notation of, similar to a AAA or something like that.
Yes.
To build that into your affidavit saying that to be rendered.
Yes, that's a good planning ahead. Also know that the state operates AAA, and we're the state. All states have roadside assistance, and that's just to keep conveyances off the side of the road on the roadways, like on the interstate and all of that. All states have roadside assistance. And this is what I was saying at the beginning of this call. First of all commerce such as that had its first attachments to the state or the county or the city. They all started that way. They started out as government services. And then they were privatized. That's how everything got out of whack, sort of, or upside down. Is everything roadside assistance, trash service, tags, insurance, all of that stuff was state-owned and operated, quote unquote.
It sounds like they did that to justify increasing rates. It sounds like they got greedy because it's their state. They're public and
they're not a state, but
it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense for them to go private unless they needed an excuse to get greedy.
Well, the privacy came when there were not enough government workers who were really government.
Oh. Wow.
That's why we all have to prepare to serve one another on the land.
Excellent point.
We all have to do that. And so AAA, Justice Azim, that's a great point. So if you know that that's what you want to, that's an issue or whatever the case may be, then go ahead and lien, create your account, because that's what the lien is. It's a $100 million account. And then send them a receipt before you need them. For 5 years service, or however long you plan on keeping the conveyance. And even if you give the conveyance or you sell it to another more, and I'm saying sell, but you know what I mean. I don't mean sell, I mean do an exchange, a sovereign exchange, where, yes, a commercial transaction takes place on the public record and all of that, but if you were to transfer that or give it to one of your heirs, then that service would transfer and you would just notify them that, hey, this is the new owner of this conveyance. And I paid for this much 5 years, and I only kept it 2 years. The other 3 years goes to my heir, or to the one who I did the exchange with. It's the same way that they did tags. You know, if someone had updated, renewed their car tags, quote unquote, and then sold it before that year was out, then whoever got it had a whole 6 months left, or whatever, however much time left on the tags before they had to renew. And that's how we do that's how we operate our trust, is everything that we do carries over to the next. There are some domiciles that our ancestors did utilities on back in the 1930s or 40s or the 50s. And those utilities, even though they're not in those domiciles, the utilities are still on. The water is still on. The lights are still on. You can go out on YouTube and see domiciles like that are, quote unquote, seemingly abandoned, presumed abandoned, and you go in there, you turn on the water, it comes on, turn on the lights, they're on, heat, air, because our ancestors did that. So that's a trust domicile, and we would just need to go ahead and do the way we do, lien and all of that. Our job is to minister the estate. That's why it's, documentation and documentation and documentation. The foreigners and the subjects and the custodians acted out, millions of them pushing paper. They call them paper pushers, quote unquote, government paper pushers. And all they did was push paper, push paper, push paper. Well, we're not pushing paper. We are actually properly recording that which is rightfully ours and ensuring that all the bases are covered with regard to that. Insurance with regard to conveyances, and when I say insurance, I'm speaking of indemnis facier, or you can call it insurance, but the custodial, the previous custodians doing business as insurance, that company needs to be liened. And then you issue your own insurance certificate from your state. But notify. And your insurance number can always be your sovereign security number. See, you have a whole estate there, but you don't have an estate under the dead social security number. So that's why you just go ahead and lien that and terminate the ability to contract there. Terminate the ability to contract there. That way, when you put your paperwork forward, everyone knows you're not talking about the dead, you're talking about the living. Islam, Empress.
Empress Aisha, Michigan Territory. You said notify. Shouldn't that be the purpose of when you put it on public record, just notify them where to find the information?
Yes, that is part and parcel of that. I notify directly just because it's due process. Okay. And we're a court. And it doesn't cost us anything to do due process. Because we have our mailing.
Well, it does me because I send my documents and sometimes they'll keep them in the mail for 3 months and then send it back to me, and then I got to send it back again. So I just kind of like start paying for documents I knew I needed to get there like ASAP.
So Empress, they knew that you would start using their process if they did that. What you should be aware of, Empress, is that when you give it to the post office, notice to agent is notice to principal. They're still held accountable no matter who you're sending it to. Now, let us just show you briefly where that is stated in the law. Okay. Let me pull something up here. So that you're aware that, because see, our testing is done so that our ancestors want to see what does it take to, where is it that they will give in. Okay, no, we're not giving in even there. There have been, we're not giving in there either. But let me show you where that is, where you can find here. And again, when they say contract rules, we are sending affidavits, so we're not contracting still with them. But they have to write it from, they can't write it from a sovereign perspective here as we read this rule here. So Empress, this is the mailbox rule, and this is at, I chose the one at law.cornell.edu, but it's also on other lawful websites or law websites or government websites as well. And that's because we leaned them. But the mailbox rule, also called the posting rule, which is the default rule in alignment with affidavit law for determining the time at which an offer is accepted, it states that an offer is considered accepted at the time that acceptance is communicated, whether by mail, email, etc. Parties can alter their contract to not use the mailbox rule and to determine between themselves at what time an offer will be considered accepted. It says, when the court adopted the doctrine and applied it to bilateral contracts, as with most of contract law, the mailbox rule varies from state to state. In our state, the mailbox law, and we put this on the public record and voted on it about 6 months ago on one of these calls. The call is out there on the public record. We stated that when the affidavits are placed in the mailbox, they're considered accepted.
Oh, okay. So all I need to do then is keep my receipt.
Just keep your receipts, and that's proof that the law has already been put in place. They're still held accountable. It's just like when, and they got this from us, when a fake sheriff puts an eviction notice on a door and the wind could have blown it away or whatever, they didn't hand it to a person, they put it on a door. But is everyone still supposedly, quote unquote, held accountable for that? They don't.
Well, if you didn't get it, you can't be held accountable for it.
But they still come and evict people, though. Persons. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They still, even when car, and I'm using these terms because we're talking about them previously, the actors, when they would send something in the mail saying that a car is going to be repossessed because of whatever, they don't know whether you got that or not. But would they still take the car?
Well, it's ironic you would say that about a
yes.
car because just the other day someone came by and wanted to get my vehicle. It's a lease vehicle, and I didn't give it to him. I
Well,
lived it. I didn't know my garage and give it to him. He was serving me some court papers, and he said he needed to pick up the vehicle. I said, well, the time ain't out for the court papers yet, and I choose to answer the court papers.
well,
So
and yeah, well, Empress, he wasn't even talking to you. He was talking to a corpse. You have to state that. And that's why when we're looking at things like this, Empress, you'll see the word state 2, 3, 4, 5 times because they know it's about the state. Okay. It's about the state. You have to state where your all caps is, that you're the fiduciary for your all caps, and your all caps doesn't owe anything. In fact, they owe you $100 million for the, and you just need to send a receipt for that.
Okay.
States that an offer is considered accepted. The mailbox rule states that, and then they turn right around here at the end and said, as with most contract law, the mailbox rules vary from state to state.
Okay. So I would pull it up from Michigan.
You would pull it up from Michigan and then bring it into your sovereign living state. So whatever you see, you recreate it on Morse government letterhead by affidavit.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Islam.
Well, be it though, because it's a bilateral and not a unilateral. Bilateral means that two parties have to agree, and the one who is the one creating it, the author, as it were, we are knowing that we are the author. So it would be us, the Moors, being the one who is issuing this contract as it states here.
Well, let me clarify that it's saying contract because they cannot speak from the sovereign perspective. We actually have to rewrite it from the sovereign perspective.
Yeah, I get that part. But it's just for the fact of what is reading here, so people know, because it says from state to state that we are the superior state, and we're the superior people who are always they're going to be issuing anything or authorizing anything from the top down. That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, Islam.
Regardless of anything, because we are the ones who create everything.
Yes, Islam.
So you're saying you're basically saying that because if you lien that post office, then whatever mailbox rule you choose, that's the one they have to follow.
Yes, because of your state.
Oh, okay.
And you can write one for your state.
Okay.
Which is what we did, about 6 months ago, and we looked at this mailbox rule, and then let's go ahead and look at the posting rule also, because this is for those who post things on social media. You're still writing the law. So let's look at the posting rule also here.
Okay. Gotcha.
The posting rule, and again, they're going to be using terms when they talk about this stuff. They're going to use terms that indicate a status that is, beneath our status. We actually have rewritten these already and elevated it to the law. So it says the posting rule or mailbox rule, and this is Wikipedia, which, we definitely had to rewrite it. The posting rule or mailbox rule in the United States, also known as the postal rule, or, and this is a good key choice trust term, deposited acceptance rule, is an exception to the general rule of contract law in common law countries that acceptance of an offer takes place when communicated. And there's a period right there.
All right.
Acceptance is when we speak it. When we say the word, and then when we write it, because we do have to write, and that's why it's called a mailbox rule. We write and then we send it. It says under the posting rule, That acceptance takes effect when a letter is posted, that is, dropped in a post box or handed to a postal worker. Empress, Aisha, so it says here, when you hand it to the postal worker, that's it. It's done.
Okay.
Because they are agents one to another. And they're actually agents for us.
Okay.
Okay. It says the post office, and this is what I was saying a little early, the post office will be the universal service provider.
Oh, okay.
The universal service provider. We said that, but we leaned them anyway to make sure, because they can say stuff all day. It's only when we say it that it actually becomes the law.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and again, they use the term contract here, knowing that when we wake up, we're going to make it so that our affidavits speak and that we're not contracting with them. We are actually, see, the contract is the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
The contract is the Constitution in that all subjects will obey that.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have to sign any contracts with them. We just send the command and they do as commanded.
Okay.
You know. So again,
but we do have to lien them ahead.
Yes, you must do it, or they're going to act like a corpse or a corporation. Like they have offices.
Islam.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned, can you stay right there? Don't go anywhere, because I like the deposited acceptance rule, because you were just talking about how the post office is our bank, right? So when we deposit anything into that box,
yes,
that is automatically into our account, whichever thereof.
Yes. And that's why we needed the receipts. Because the receipts say, the receipt is just, it's like a deposit slip that, where it's saying, okay, this has been deposited in your account. That's what the receipts are.
Mm-hmm.
And with the post office, when we deposit our documents, we're depositing into our account what they gave us, and then they just deliver the parcels. So, when you and Empress, that's a test for you, Empress Aisha, for you, so that you know that when you deposit it in that deposit box at the post office, that it's a wrap. It's done already.
So if they send it back to me, I don't have to turn around and send it out again.
No, but make sure that but that's only if you don't use fiat, Empress.
Okay.
Use the process, because see, you have to use the trust process. Okay. Or else they will treat you like a customer mailing a package or a letter. And there's a reason why they call those letters. Okay. We talked about letters. Letters are state specific. Letters are whoever writes the letter is the one who gets to be the authority on what that letter means. So that's why we've done the things that we do.
Okay.
Okay. So, just Empress, ensure that, don't go back and give them fiat, because that's still no guarantee that they got it either. And if you use fiat when there's a process that you can live off your trust, but you choose to use fiat, you're saying that I'm not going to use my trust. I'm not going to use my trust. I'm going to be a citizen. And citizens and subjects don't have a trust that they can live off of. That's why they have to pay up front. And we just showed you that at the beginning of this call.
Okay.
In the documentation.
Gotcha.
All law is contract law, yes, but we don't contract every day with them because that's the problem. So, Morris, we can't tell you what to do, but don't contract with them. Don't let anybody talk you into saying that you're contracting with them, because that was the problem. Our state does not have to contract with the subjects in the state.
Okay.
There's only people who feel like they have to contract with them is when you're not sure that you're the state and you're the government. It's kind of like when you tell a child, don't touch the outlet. Don't touch the electrical outlet. Okay, don't touch it. And then you ensure that they don't touch it, put some covers over it or whatever, so that the child won't go and touch the outlet. What's the cover? Us speak from our own state, so that minors won't do things. They can't do anything in our state that we say you can't do that. If we say you can't do it, you can't do it because they're in our state. They're subjects in our state. They're corpses in the dead state. And if you use their money, then you're saying, okay, I'm in your state. Not and then they get to pretend to be the authority because they wrote the rules for that dead state. They wrote the rules for that dead state, So and all they did was copy what we put in our living state.
Okay.
Yeah. So Islam, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? Morris, do not fall for that contracting stuff. Don't fall for that. You don't have to accept that stuff when it's sitting right here saying that when you deposit it, it's the law. And again, this even in and of itself, we rewrote this back some months back. We rewrote the posting and the mailbox rule, and we voted on it. Look here. It says an offer made by post letter is not effective until received by the offeree. Well, who's the offeree and who's the offerer? Acceptance is effective as soon as it is posted. When we post and deposit, the word deposit has the word post in it. Post and posit are the same word. So when we deposit it into the box, it's posted and accepted. First by us and then by whoever receives it. Okay? So don't fall for that contracting stuff and saying, oh, you're still contracting because, no, when we write the paper, we're not contracting with them. When we write it, we didn't have to sit down at the contract table because that was done beforehand. The contract table was not even a contract table. We created them. And when we created them, we put within them obedience to the law. So we don't ever have to sit down at the contract table and contract with them. We never have to do that.
That's why they have the name ipso juris subject.
Because it's in their genetics. Which documents, Empress? Are you going to post the documents? Empress Rosetta?
The lien and the receipt.
You mean under the video?
Yeah, or on Facebook.
I'll put it under the video.
Okay. Thank you.
So it'll be the lien, the receipt, and then the accounting statement. The accounting statement has Mercedes-Benz, because see, we're the CEO of Mercedes-Benz. The accounting statement is so that Mercedes-Benz, which is us originally, has what it needs in terms of the ledgers, so that the credit can be put on the Mercedes-Benz book, because it's still a credit to our company.
Correct. That's the part that has the $100 million and the deduction, correct?
Yes. The $100 million is a credit account. And then the credits come out of the credit account and they go on the ledger of Mercedes-Benz. And the credit account was created when we liened the corporate covering off of them and off of our resources and said gold and silver. Islam. Islam Empress. And then the
Emperor.
Emperor.
No, I was just saying Islam to what you said.
Oh, yes, Islam. Islam Emperor.
Okay. Yes, I was thinking that account statement probably. I was thinking it probably just right to the point if we said a account summary statement.
Sure. I'm okay with that. You'll be creating them, so you can call them what you want to call them, Nobility.
I think that might be related to the question. Islam. I think that might be related to the question that I have, because where are we getting the 100? It seems like the 100 million number. It seems as if as long as they're here doing business, that number can really be any great number. Does that make sense? Where are we getting the 100 million from? Because it would seem that the credit is actually open-ended.
It is open-ended. The 100 million is what we said for each account, for the parcel that whoever it was unlawfully occupying. That the collateral statement on the liens is where the 100 million comes from. Now keep in mind, Morris, there's 100 million for Mercedes, then there's 100 million for the emissions inspection. There's 100 million for the insurance. So that's 300 million just for a conveyance. So that number, the more parts to the process, the more liens you have, then that number is kind of going to be open-ended. That's why it's called a quantum financial system. I doubt we're going to need 900 trillion quadrillion to do one conveyance, because that's when you start getting into some numbers that why have to do the math on a $900 trillion lien for one conveyance? 100 million. And 100 million is what we put on the public record for each more. If you go back and listen to the video that we did in 2018, when we did the $666 trillion document, we said 100 million for each more.
I have a question.
Do you think that 100 million is enough for the things that we need for each one of us? Is that enough, or?
Yeah, it's definitely enough. It's definitely enough. I just think that I think we'll evolve not into, like as you were saying, it's a quantum system. I think we will evolve into something to where we're just circulating open-ended credit, because for some cases the 100 million may be a little arbitrary, because some of the value of what that corporation is doing can go higher. You see what I'm saying? But
well, at any time we can create another 100 million. So it is open-ended in that we can create as much money as we want to create.
Right.
But a competent heir will assign values. That we're the numbers people. We will assign value so that we keep competent and proper accounting on our vast estate. That's why we put these processes in place and taught them to the hybrids. And then when we taught them to the hybrids, we said, okay, we're going to go to sleep, and when we wake back up, we're going to remember these processes. So we could leave it open-ended, but that's not a wise thing to do, because all law is specific. You need specific numbers for each exchange so that you can give proper accounting in the trust. Trusts are done by proper accounting. All courts have a number and a line item assigned to each action and each law that they put forth. And we have to do the same. We have to have a line item, and we have to have an amount. A line item and an amount for that line item, to match that line item. Because as we continue to run Mercedes-Benz, because that's our company, and I'm using that as an example, but we could do this for grocery stores or any other company. As we continue to run that company, we're going to be doing the accounting. And when we do the accounting and put that information on the public record, it needs to make sense to the stakeholders, which are the Moors. So we're doing this with Mercedes-Benz, but we still have to answer to the people we serve, which is the Moors. And they don't need to see open-ended accounts. They need to see all law-specific numbers. But it's open-ended in that we can create more capital at any time. We can create as much capital as we choose. Islam, Empress.
Islam. With that, when I was looking at this on the screen right here, and it shows a negative sign, and I know that we don't do negative. So where's the reflection of the credit being credited to the account? Is there a receipt or an instrument created for that?
That's a great question. First, let me say this. Right here it says amount credited, so we know that it's not a debit or a minus because it says it's credited here.
Mm-hmm.
From the account to the creditor. And then let's go back and look, and I thank you for that question, Empress. Let's go back now and look at the trustee receipt. And here's that amount on the trustee receipt, $82,609 right here. Credited. That's why this is a receipt. A receipt says it's been paid already.
So that was a double ledger right there, right?
It's supposed, and it's not even a double ledger yet. We have to put the $82,609 into our bank account.
Mm.
So that is sort of the double ledger piece. Again, we're the creditor as stated on the receipt document or on this statement document. We're the creditor because we're Mercedes too. See, we're buying from ourselves, really. We're doing the exchange because the estate belongs to us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said we all have to be prepared to serve so that we can do both sides of the exchange. And then it becomes an honors system for us. No one governs us while we're doing this. We do it. And then, because we're issuing the judgments and all of that.
Yes. And one thing that I don't know, well, for my logic of reasoning, because you've already used this your cause action number for this lien, right? It's associated with this whole transaction for a conveyance. So, provided in the future you wanted to lien another conveyance, it would be, in my logic of reasoning, the same cause action number that and with this trust account and this amount, and that whole process, just to stay and do the whole transaction from that from that specific amount of credits, as it were, so that it can show that this lien credit amount is being, transacted for more than just one transaction of a conveyance. Well, that's just my reasoning of logic, because like if and when I want to because this account is also a trust to me in the way of being used. So the cause action number that was done for the lien and the court action and all that is you're creating a trust account essentially. So when you put the cause action number associated on these transactions, you're just also creating a receipt and a paper money trail essentially. And so when you decide to use another buy another conveyance, as it were, go back and find that number, or just keep good notes and just subtract or subtract rather the credits, and you will use that, and it won't be just sitting there, as it were, an open-ended account. It would be an actual account you're using. And then if you have, other people in your tribe, they can use the same, number that you use. That makes sense.
It does, Empress. Thank you for saying that. So as you subtract, for example, if I wanted another conveyance from this same place, I would just say, okay, my next receipt would be account receipt number 2 of 2. Yeah, it would be number 2 of 2. So I know that this is account receipt number 1 of 1. This is the first and only one that I've done. And then the next one would be account receipt number 2 of 2. That means we've done 2 so far. This is number 2 in that series of 2. And so then I would just take this amount right here, and this is what I would start with the next conveyance. And then let's say the next conveyance is, let's see, the next conveyance is 1, and I'm just, don't, y'all please be gentle with me on the numbers. If I'm doing my next conveyance is a custom one and it's 1.5 million, then I would just subtract it from this one, but do a separate one of these. So each transaction gets a different statement, and we keep a running statement, a running total of that amount. Let's say I get a custom Mercedes-Benz that's bulletproof, that's la 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 la, got all of this, that, whatever. Then we would do the same thing. It would be receipt number 2, and then we would subtract the next one from this same lien number right here. So we're using the same lien, and that's why we would put UCC lien account information. And for Mercedes, for that year, this would be the lien for that whole year. And then if there's anything left over at the end of the year, we could always create an amendment to this lien and do it for the following year. That way we keep a running total until the amount to the budget runs out. And when it runs out, then we do a new lien. And by then it'll be time to update everything, because, we may be producing spaceships by then and won't even need this. Who knows? And same thing with groceries and domiciles and all of that. These processes go for all of that. Generally in contracting, they call it a purchase order. But again, this is non-commercial. It's non-commercial. It's governmental.
Islam, yeah, because speaking about groceries, if you were to do groceries online rather, and or a phone purchase order, or what have you, the receipt would look like this. It wouldn't be a computer generated like small, skinny, ink fading receipt. It would be a printout, and it would be itemized in this manner.
Yep.
And yeah, so this would be a receipt that you would use because we are sovereign and we do not necessarily need to interact with our subjects, as it were, and all the time if necessary, if any. So handing or sending in a receipt of that manner is a thing to do, and then just have it ready for you to pick it up or get delivered to your domicile.
I can see right now, just by looking around me and just from what the ancestors have shown me, that it's going to be Moors doing all the work anyway. We are all going to be doing all the work here on the land. We're going to be serving one another in whatever capacity is necessary. I went to the grocery store the other day, and it's as if somebody rung a bell and a bunch of Moors came out and started doing everything. There was an empress that I was like, she is running this store. Because she had, and she did have, a few of the hybrids coming out and putting them on registers, and they were doing that she commanded. They were doing as she commanded, and we greeted one another, and I went on about my way. But it's as if Moors came from out of everywhere and were just everywhere. I was like, wow, I've never seen them before here. And I come to this store pretty regularly. But that was just, I'm knowing that we're going to be serving one another here. So when we say subjects ipso jure, it depends on what capacity we're operating in as to whether I'm a public servant in my own state, not in a dead state, but in the living state right here. Although I'm a judge and a justice and all of that, because we all are, I am still sovereign at all times. But in my working capacity, in service to the Moors, we do as whatever office we're in, the Moors tell that office what to do. Because the people govern. And they don't tell it what to do, but you know what I mean. Because we're all working together. And at any time, when we're like in my capacity, in my working capacity, I'm using either my in capitis diminutio minima, which is the first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters lowercase, or I'm using the all caps, just depending on what I'm doing. And then at any time, I can go, at any time, just with my words, I can go into all lowercase sovereign status and start judging and being the law. That's what they were doing. They were switching places in mid-trial in those fake courts. 1 minute they would be the trustee, the next minute they would be the beneficiary. And we're the same way. We're the beneficiaries and the trustees and the executors and ministers and claimants and heirs. It just depends on what's coming out of our mouths at the time. So, we serve, but we're also sovereign. So, and we're all there now. That's where we are on this vast estate, is we're on our honor, and our ancestors expect us to honor one another and not be fighting and fussing on the estate and all of that, and nobody having a sense of entitlement with other Moors. And really not even with the subjects. We already know we're entitled. We got the titles. That's not a question. That's not in question as to who we are. To me, as far as I'm concerned, and I carry myself that way.
Islam.
No, Islam.
Islam. I have a question.
Yes.
Did we do court action on the 666 trillion, or should we do it?
We did do one on the 666 trillion where we took a vote.
Okay.
So the ancestors kind of gave us, as we were demonstrating, they said, okay, at least you all need to unify and speak with one voice together on the public record. So we started that early on, where we said, okay, we're going to keep the Thursday calls going, and then, and then we'll just continue to vote, because that's how we did everything when Shalay Moore Bay and Empress Sharon Tracy Gale Bay and myself and some of the other Moors, when we first got together as the Consular Court Restoration Development Team, we started out voting, and that's how Grand Sheikh Taj became our Consular General. And he is our Consular General, and he always will be our Consular General. But that was done by vote too. We voted all of that happened by vote. So we just keep doing things that way. So yeah, we did vote on the 666 trillion to put it on the public record. And since that time, other Moors have by their actions affirmed our vote by putting their own 666 trillion or downloading the one that we put and putting it on the public record with their documents. That document is actually still on the MoorishamericanConsulate.org website, for which we're grateful. We don't mind our documents being there, because as far as we're concerned, we're still all part and parcel.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw it the other day, Empress Rosetta, and again, it's under these videos though, still available. We get that some are still going through their, okay. We are here for you when you need us, if you so desire or if you choose. Islam. We love everybody, and we already know this is a blood covenant. Nobody can be kicked out of our nation because it's a blood covenant. We weren't even kicked out when we were thinking we were citizens. We were still a nation. We were still the state. We were still the ancients, still the first, still the primogenitors, still the law, still the government. That's not going to change.
Islam. Once you, I think in your, I would say, well, what was the title again of your purchase order? I forgot what it was there. But anyway.
Is it, you see it on the screen there?
I don't see purchase order on your revised purchase order.
Because it's not a purchase order. It's not a purchase order.
Right.
It's a receipt.
Exactly. So
trust prepaid receipt.
Okay. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking, once you give them advance notice as to when you're coming in to pick up your conveyance, and they decide to give you rebuttal and basically just straight out refuse to let you take the conveyance from the premises, what would be your position from that point? I'm just saying hypothetically.
Hypothetically, that won't happen when it's done, where we don't have to. Once you get the purchase order and you create your documents and you state everything, there's no need to even talk to them. So when would they have the chance to rebut anything in a bankrupt state? They don't. Now, to your question, I honor the energy of the question of what would be the next step. A court action, another court action, re-invoking jurisdiction, because see, they won't do that when we speak by affidavit, because they can't. Once these documents are, if I were to walk the documents in, would I stand there and have a conversation with them about it? No. They have their commands in the documents, and we're just doing postmaster duties where we just come and we set them on the counter and we're out. We don't even say have a nice day or anything. We're just the delivery. We're the Postmaster General delivering something that could have been from some other more, and it was sealed. We don't know. And we may not know what's in it. We're just doing postmaster duties, delivering it, and then we are out of there, on to our next delivery. And then
I noticed. I'm sorry. In delivery instructions, I noticed that you decided to have it delivered to your specified location.
Islam.
So that would be proof enough for them. I mean, you don't have to deal with them, period, from that point, like I said, and trying to explain anything. You don't need to.
And the sooner we get out of feeling like we have to. Now, as Moors continue to wake up, then we will start talking with them more often. But right now, we're training them. We first had to train the subjects and let them know, okay, we're here. And we had to do that competently first. Now we know that they know we're here and we're competent and all of that. So now what do? We, again, put the documents on the counter, notice to agent is notice to principal, etc. And see, here's the thing. On that end over there, they may need a subject to explain to them what this means. But we will have gotten it to those who signed this, whose signatures are down here already too, because there are signatures on the purchase order. I mean, on the receipt. There are signatures on the receipt, because we do receipts. They do purchase orders. We do receipts. And with those signatures on the on the receipt, they can talk to the ones with the signatures if they're available, which they probably won't be. But see, a lien shows that we're notifying everyone, and that's what I was telling Empress Aisha. Before I show up about a conveyance, the ones with these, whose signatures these are, will have been notified. That's due process. They know they're bankrupt already. And this is the thing I heard them say just the other day. It was actually just today again. But what they're saying is, well, all of these companies are upside down, and the only ones that are there are just ones that are just sitting there waiting for somebody to evict them. So we have to do due diligence and make sure that, because they're going to occupy until we come. And that means come correct. That means come lawfully. So here, we're coming lawfully and legally in our state, our proper state. Why do we need to? We don't need to speak to them that way. We need to make a special appearance, because this is a court action. Would a judge explain to the debtors in front of them why they're judging them? No, they wouldn't explain. They wouldn't even feel the need to explain. They would just issue from
Islam,
where they are. Remember, we're the court. This is the court speaking. This is the state speaking.
Islam. So, are you saying that they know what it is? Are you saying that they know what coming correct is?
Absolutely, yes. Oh, yes. Yes, very much so. Very much so. The Bible is a legal code book that they've been looking at the whole time, waiting on us to know how to read it. It already tells them what's going to happen, what the situation is going to be, what's going to be going on in the economy, quote unquote, and how we're going to present. Because we told them before we went to sleep what it looked like.
Okay.
We didn't leave them. They know our science to a certain degree. To that 33rd degree, they know it. Up to the 33rd degree, they know it. And this is, you know,
Yeah, I was talking about the Bible with my one of my consorts the other day, and she had noticed how there was a shooting that had took place, and I want to say Memphis, Tennessee territory, and they had mimicked or they had mirrored one of the stories of Gabriel, and basically, you know, one of the heirs, unfortunately, he had lost control of his mind, and he had went and, you know, he committed some violence on the land, and we were just discussing briefly how the Bible is very important for us to understand what's happening from beginning to end. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of get your perspective on that, because I mean, of course, we know that, yeah, they know some things, but you know, I feel like sometimes we do deal with subjects who will test you more than others. I'll just say it that way.
It depends on your energy, because you're in complete control of how they respond. You are in complete control of how they respond. Each Moore is in complete control with each event of how they respond. Each Moore is in control of that. You're in control of how your demonstrations go and all of that. You're in control of what you're tested on. You're in control of everything. You are the sovereign God and the sovereign Lord. You're in control of all of it.
Empress, in the chat, someone is asking you, could you say anything about Vatican calling off on October 1st?
I see that. So, first, let me ask you, Brother Smith Bay. Are you there, Brother Smith Bay? I have a question for you.
Yes, I am here.
Okay. My question to you is, who is the Vatican?
Empress, the office of the Vatican is calling in their debt, so I'm not really sure what they're referring to.
Okay. Do you know who the Vatican is? The original Vatican?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. So let me tell you that we are the original Vatican. And yes, we have called in all debt. We have stated that all debt must be off the land. We said that. And in calling in all the debt, all they're doing is saying you can't use debt anymore to do things. So the Vatican and Vatican City is actually ancient Timbuktu. And the Bible was written by the Holy Sibyls. And they put the word Bible, but the original word was Sibyl. They mistook a script, and that I don't think they mistook it. I think that was by design. They it was originally an S and not a B. But when you put it in script, they look similar. And even the spelling of the word Bible, they told us that it's pronounced Bible, but if you look at the spelling, it should be Bibble, because it was written by the holy sibyls. And you can Google the ancient sibyls, and you will see many, many things about the prophets, because the ancient prophets were matriarchs, and we were called sibyls. And we wrote the original books for the Bible. And so the Vatican, all we did was, when we liened the United States Corporation Company, we said all agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any derivatives thereof. That means every corporation registered with Dun & Bradstreet, or registered at Washington, D.C., or registered with the quote-unquote Crown, because we're the real Crown. So once we started slapping those liens out there on the public record, and I won't say slapping because that's not what we did, because we're not violent. When we gently put our liens on the public record, that is calling in all debt. All of our liens say that Federal Reserve debt notes are unlawful and that they are not to be used. All of our liens say that. We specifically put that in the scripture on the liens. So when we did that, they said, okay, we have a very short time. We're going to have to start letting everyone know that the Moors are calling in all debt. Calling in all debt means get all debt, Federal Reserve debt notes and all of that, get it off the land. And that was going to move as far as we moved. And now that we have said, okay, now we got our own money, we have our national currency, and we also have fiduciary money, now you can call that other stuff all the way in. And so October 1st is, for those who have worked in quote-unquote corporate government service, you know that October 1st is the new fiscal year. And the new fiscal year means new budgets kick in on October 1st for all government things, activities, contracts. And back then it was contracts. We have not contracted with anybody but Moors, and we put that on the public record. So now a new budget is in place. So now what we're doing is beginning to use the credit. And that's what these processes are, is, okay, there's a new money system in place. It's already in place. We put it there. There are new accounts on the public record. We've already put it there. So now let's start using what we put on the public record, our accounts and things, our go-back sovereign accounts. And October 1st is the start of that. Even though it's not pro-tunc, you know. And so I may even, the date on this, I may even just put it for October 1st. I worked in corporate, quote-unquote, corporate government, particularly where budgets and finance is concerned, and learned the budget process from a managerial perspective. And all of this is kind of like, it feels natural. So providing the service of showing the Moors how, you know, what we know and what the ancestors have shown us about our vast estate is just something that, you know, we knew we needed to do. We knew we wanted to do it, to just show. So, you know, we are the Vatican. What else does that mean? What does that mean for the churches? What that means for churches is that the churches, first of all, there are going to be a lot of Moors it's already happened and it's continuing to happen. It's called the Great Falling Away, and they call it a falling away. It's really the Grand Rising, where a lot of Moors come out of that, because now we see the Bible for what it really is. The ancient sibyls were telling us how to govern the vast estate from a quote-unquote legal perspective. So we're the popes already. We're the ministers already. We're all of that. And so for the churches now answer to the Moors by way of governmental processes. And so in a very short while, the churches are going to be, this is the way the churches are going to find resources. And the reason churches need to find resources, number one, is because Christianity is the religion for the subjects. And as long as there are subjects here, Christianity will be here. We're not mad at Christians. We love Christians. We created Christianity. Secondly, we have some heirs who, in their spirit, they connect with that. And in order for Christianity to even exist, Moors have to be the heads of that. So there are some Moors that came here saying, I'm going to be, we'll be the head of Christianity. And we all are, by the way. We all are, because we're the government and we're the law. So there are some Moors who are going to want to participate in that arena, because that is what their assignment that they agreed to do is, in order to ensure that everything is going as it should in those arenas, because it's still our land, and we still have to govern everything on the land. So calling in the debt, that's what we did that with liens. Liens, again, is just a notification that, yes, we know that you're debtors, we know that we're the creditors, so let's get that part moving. And then we had to have our own money, and we had to make it so that the fiduciary money, could be used by anybody. Subjects can use fiduciary money. We had to get all of that in place before they would say, okay, no more Federal Reserve debt note actions and activities. So the transition is a smooth one. It's continuing smoothly. And they're telling us that they're doing exactly as we commanded by publishing things like that, saying, oh, the Vatican called in all the debt on October 1st. All that means is no more debt. It has to be credit, not debt. Okay? We created Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. Yes, we did. In anticipation of the fall, which is called a fall, but really all it is, let me tell you what the fall is, Morris. The fall was a well-scripted, well-choreographed advancement of who we are. Yes, we knew the fall was going to happen. We're God. We actually created all of this. We are the original Constantine. We're the original Christians. So here's what happens when we put the Constantinopolitan Creed on the public record in its proper place. is that everyone who that applies to will do as commanded, except it will be for those who are Christians, according to, now in Russia they call it quote unquote Orthodox Christianity, but it's really ancient. And ancient is 6,000 years or less for Christianity. 6,000 years or less. Yeah. There is nothing that is happening that we did not know. We knew it all. The great mind knows everything. That's where this information is coming from, is the great one mind of all of us, putting our energy together and saying, okay, let's access the answers, the remedy for ourselves. Yes, we knew the fall was going to happen, but see, what has happened is this. We are our ancestors returned. That's number one. Number two, we knew when we woke up, and hear me when I say this, Morris, we knew that when we woke up, you, Morris, and I, and all of us, right now, today, we have the most advanced cellular makeup at Earth. We have the most advanced, that's how we know what we know, and we're learning what we're learning and doing what we're doing without somebody saying, this is the Moorish manual on how to do these processes of, properly proclaiming all that. We have the most advanced brain and cellular and spiritual makeup at Earth. Everyone knew the rise was going to happen faster and faster and faster. Everyone knew that. And then there were, there were Moors who came before who laid the groundwork. So all they were saying was, okay, let's prepare ye the way for the Moors. Let's prepare ye the way for the great rising that's coming. So everything that happened on earth was in preparation for us to do what we're doing now. And we are so grateful for the Moors who sacrificed all these years waiting for us to wake up and take back and do that great reversion of estate. We're so grateful. Islam.
I noted that you had color-coded one of your fiduciary notes, I would say money. Now, did you take that in consideration in all the various denominations and putting your own color-coded into it?
So you mean when now that they
color.
have
the background color. Yeah, you alternated it with red or brown. I think the so-called George Washington face was brown as opposed to light green on the original FUN. So I was just wondering, did you approach that with each and every denomination?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And that's based on the definition of money.
Okay. Now, how can we minimize, say, the Europeans creating their fictitious go-back money?
They don't have go-back money. They're gonna do things. They're going to mimic. They're going to mimic and we don't have to worry about limiting them or anything like that.
Okay.
We don't have to worry about them. They're going to do that which is correct for subjects. We've already created it for them. That's what fiduciary money is. And then, that which is lawful still. Whatever is made or created from this, within our lawful state, including the subjects making things to mimic their masters, it's as long as it's lawful, that's fine.
Okay.
But again, subjects can't own anything, and they don't need to create money because they can't. Now, regardless of what you've seen in the media and all of that, those were all actors hinting at what needs to be done. But they won't be able to use any of that on our land unless we state that they can. Because we have given them, just think about it. In our sleep, were any of us thinking about creating our own money? In our sleep? No. And had we said, I'm going to open a store and the only money people can use in this store is beans, somebody eventually would have came and found a reason to get us into a fake court and shut it down. They got that from us. And now on this side over here, our courts govern. And we have already stated what the money is. That's why that's why the Vatican, quote unquote, called in all the debt. We called in all the debt. And subjects cannot create gold-backed money. You got to be a gold-backed subject to do that, and that doesn't exist. That's the same thing as a quote unquote sovereign citizen. Subjects have a master.
Yeah.
Subjects have a master. That's why they're called subjects. Chapter 29, magistrate and subject. They have a master. And we are going to make sure that our subjects are okay, but no, they can't. Just like we couldn't create quote unquote money in a fiat system, they can't create fiat in our money system. Those things don't match. They don't go together.
Now, in general circulations, only thing I noted is that the commercial buildings, such as major apartment complexes, those have been basically been foreclosed upon by those so-called custodians at the bank. But at the same time, the people who are sitting there claiming themselves to be the owner of those multi-complexes.
Until somebody comes.
Not really forcing. They're not forcing the tenants out because it's a lock. It's nowhere to go really, because the tenants.
We have to finish our processes. They have to have money to pay.
Exactly.
We've created that. So again, everyone is waiting on us to do what we need to do. The banking piece, all of that needs to be. There needs to be a more to go and lien the place, and then say, okay, everyone, you're going to use this or that as an exchange medium. And then how are they to even get the exchange medium? They have to have jobs to earn the money, the real money that we created. So we now have to be the employer also. So our government is going to get very big very quickly. It already has.
Yeah, because after October the 1st, you're going to have tremendous foreclosures from the personal as well as the commercial side.
Because we called in all the debt.
Exactly.
But we want it done in an orderly manner, so it won't be too chaotic. They are to occupy until we come. And we're coming. We're already here, okay? Then all law gets specific then, which is what's happening now. The Moors have to have their needs. Let me say that the right way. The Moors have to demonstrate. The Moors need to demonstrate their status, where conveyances and domiciles and all that they are to use on their own land. That's really what the weight is. And when we do that, and then we assist others in doing that, then, there are some Moors who are not going to want to be on the other side of the banking demonstration, on the ministerial side of banking. They only want to just go in, declare their nationality, do a few documents, sign a few things, and get a conveyance. Well, they're going to have to do some study still. And they will, once their cells are activated, they will want to know who they are and want to study just like we do, and we are. So, it's unfolding, and it's an orderly, well-governed, well-oiled unfolding. And if you ever feel, and this is for all Moors, if you ever feel like things are too chaotic, turn off the computer and then go outside and see that everything is fine. Because when you step outside your door, everything is. It's orderly. This was planned for thousands of years. Yeah.
What have you decided to do with the property of the custodian of that company, Microsoft? What have you decided on what you plan to do with that one?
They are going. That company is. They're just. And I keep saying they. I'm saying whoever the custodians are, because I know it's Moorish custodians. Because we are called now to steward the planet, to be the heirs to the planet. So they're going to do what Microsoft does, which is, and this is the beauty of this, Microsoft, which is the Moors, is going to go into all systems, and we've actually really done it already, go into all systems and decapitalize everything, all entries that need to be decapitalized, and capitalize all entries that need to be capitalized. That's what Microsoft did, and that's how come the former custodian previously in the office of CEO, who was doing business as Bill Gates, that's how come they showered him with so much debt and called it wealth. Is because he was his stewardship, his custodianship, was to create the programs that all he did was look at what we did and recreate it, because Word and stuff is ancient. And he was able to go behind the systems, such as driver's license system and all of these other systems. He was able to go and make quick work of changing the entries and the capitalization on the entries. Because as you know, you can go into Excel and you can take 4 million entries and you can capitalize them all at once with a few short clicks. Go up in that upper left-hand corner and select that little tiny square, and it's going to select the whole table And all you got to do is hit that capital letter, and it'll capitalize everything. And if those entries happen to be deeds, then that means that 1933 just happened, and everything is capitalized. And then they take those capitalized instruments and put them on the stock market. Well, we already know how to do that, except we're not taking people and putting them on a stock market. We're taking instruments and putting them on the stock market. And it's a sovereign living stock market that all Moors will know about and be increasing your vast wealth with that. So Microsoft is just going to, that's all that is doing. That's all it was here for in the first place, is for us to wake up and speak the word instead of just using word. We are the word. So we have properly, the fiduciary document is Microsoft on steroids. Our fiduciary document is Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel and Microsoft Access, because Access is the database program that pulls all of Excel and everything together. It can pull 1 million Excel tables together and create one giant database of DMV records or Social Security records. And with one or two, just a few clicks, you can pull all of the minus signs out of the Social Security numbers and create sovereign security numbers with Access and Excel. So that's what Microsoft, that is the use. And that was our target when we liened them first, after the United States Corporation Company, of course, is decapitalization of the estate and proper statement of the estate and proper colors of ink was the target, and we hit that target with flying colors. Yeah. And now we're just notifying by way of affidavit. And we're saying, Microsoft, anything you have in databases, all databases have a back end. They call it the back end, or the back end. Have a back end that where people are putting information in and capitalizing or decapitalizing the information and all of that stuff. That's what we needed to. We wanted to put that in its proper place. In the chat, Islam nobility.
I'm foreseeing the fact that it's going to be a total depression, shutdown of major media, sports arena, football, professional basketball, soccer. All of that's going to be a total shutdown. I'm just looking. What's your views from that standpoint? Because they're pulling the debt from the land. All of those athletes, no money from their particular status point.
Right.
What they hold at this time, there's no money for them.
Okay.
So I foresee it as a total shutdown. I mean, I don't know how long it would take before we have the fiduciary money running or our gold-backed money. But my point is, I see it as a total depression for what length of time I couldn't say.
So
it's hard to see.
Let me respond to that with some information so that you will know that the transition is so smooth that it's not even funny. Our ancestors are Allah is the best of all planners, the best. So let me show you the transition there. We're not the only Moors that are awake. There are many, the athletes are waking up. Let me show you how they're waking up. I was not going to bring this part out now, but I guess I will since you asked. I'll put this link in the chat. The athletes have begun to take, the athletes and all who are sleeping Moors have begun to take control of something they call name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, because they don't really know the real state terms for that. And so the link that I put in the chat is a story of one of the athletes who is putting forth that he owns his name, his image, and his likeness, and not the NFL and not any professional sports corporation. That's what he's saying. Okay? And the movement is growing very, very quickly. So they're going to have to properly state that, or else, well, and I will say this, the state, whatever state they're claiming is their state, already owns their name, image, and likeness. So they're going to have to declare their nationality in order to actually make that happen and make it so that no one can use it. Because, see, they don't know that their name, image, and likeness went through a U.S. Patent and Trademark Office already by way of the letters patent. They don't know that. But they know the dynamics of someone claiming their name, image, and likeness. And so the sleeping Moors are claiming they want to own that. And that's where we come in at. The money system is changing, so they're going to be broke for a minute until they declare who they are. And when they declare who they are, guess who's going to hire them as professional athletes? And football is going to be back on using real money. Real money. Our fiduciary document says we own our name, image, and likeness. And when we say name, we're talking about a natural person on paper. It's not us. We have appellations. The name is something that exists on paper only. So I've been watching, the ancestors tell us, where to look and to see how things are developing so that the transition remains smooth. And then we will have work to do in that. And this is why we need hundreds of millions. We need, and I can't say we need it. Need is the wrong word. The reason that we are the heirs to so much is because we're going to have to fix that kind of stuff. $100 million contract for an athlete is not a big deal for athletes. That happens. They're going to have to declare their nationality to even claim $100 million because it's our money. The debt has been called in. And the only reason they're saying what they're saying about name, image, and likeness is because there's no owners or recruiters who have the fiat to even take care of them or recruit them properly and pay them what they're worth. See, we're all worth hundreds of millions. Well, that's an open-ended amount that we're worth. But we, Moors, and this is why we're doing what we're doing, because we're actually putting the protocols in place and the laws in place on the land and the processes in place whereby other Moors like that who want to own their name, image, and likeness can actually do that and not be subject to a corporation or a state who wants to take from them. So it's a smooth transition. They're waking up, and we've put the infrastructure in place. That was what we were to do, all of us, is to put the infrastructure in place so that the Moors that wake up and are thinking, I should own my name, image, and likeness, we can say, well, don't call it a name, call it a natural person, put it on this fiduciary document, declare your nationality, and boom, voila. Now, does that mean that the state doesn't own their natural person? No, that's not what that means. It just means that they, as the fiduciary, have more control over it. Because, see, even Pauline Ritchie in all capital letters, the state owns that. Our state, the living state, owns it. And I'm so glad about that, because there's protection for my natural person there. That's why we were able to protect our natural person, because we own the natural person. In the chat, there's a couple of questions, and then we will adjourn. What is January 1st, 2023 with Chicago release of inmates all about? So the prisons, the POW system at Illinois was the basis for corporate POW actions. The POW system there has a specific office called the Prisoner Trust, or the Inmate Trust and Custody Office, or something like that. It has the word trust in it. And inmates have been able to do some things with that trust in a limited capacity, just to show them that, yes, a trust exists. That's keeping them, but the wrong ones were claiming it was a dead trust. Well, since then, we've decapitalized that trust and did a reversion of estate on it. Remember, Morris, when we voted to send to Cook County, because we know we're Cook County, to send the documentation to Cook County, and we did that about probably 4 or 5, I don't know how many months back. We did a vote, and we said we're going to notify Cook County. We re-put the profits document on the public record there by affidavit. Well, when we did that, it set some other things in motion that our prophet started. The prophet started it, and there have been more who came along who did some things as well. We don't want to take away anything from the Moors who have been putting documentation on the public record. And then us together as the state put something on the public record there. And so they're saying, okay, well, we don't have jurisdiction over any of this, but it has to be an orderly process. And there have been enough Moors at Chicago territory, because remember, the Vatican, quote unquote, the former custodians previously in the office of Vatican, back in 1920, I want to say 1925 or 1926, they put something on the public record at Illinois territory. And that's where policy enforcers came in, fake courts and all of that was acting out things in that system. So, now that system, because, we put a video on the record some years back saying set the Moors free. But we had to that could not be done in an orderly manner until we had built the way for the Moors to get domiciles, conveyances, and groceries and things like that. So we had work to do in order for our Moors to be set free. And when you go back and look at the videos, we were stating those things, and then we were getting to work putting the processes in place, the governmental processes in place from our perspective. And we're not saying that others were not putting things in place. That's not what we're saying. What we are saying is that we know that we had our part to play and also putting the money system in place and the banking in place and these processes in place so that our Moors will have a way to get what they need coming out of there, so that they don't have to capitulate and recapitulate and go back into that system. So that's what that release is all about. It is they're set free back to their nation. The way that the Prophets Trust was saying that when they're released, they're supposed to be set free back to Morocco. The babies are supposed to be born at Morocco. Someone put something in the chat saying, will the corporations have to announce and revise the richest list in the world? No, they don't have to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do it. We publish. There are Moors who have media backgrounds that know how to do that in a manner that reflects or that presents our nation in a light that is the way we would want it to be presented. We want the wealthiest list of Moors, which is all of us, to be presented a certain way. And there are those who have media backgrounds, and I will say that Chalet Moore Bay has said media background among many other Moors who have that media background. Chalet Moore Bay, and he probably he don't know I'm speaking about him, but he probably will know after this. You know, he's in his sleep he did some correspondence work for Fox News and all the different media stations, and you know, the corporate, quote unquote, corporate government of the governments at Tennessee, which is ancient Egypt territory. So he knows how to present that stuff. And there are many other Moors who know how to present that. I would just sit right here and present it. And that, to me, that's not, there's a better way to do it. And those Moors who have that expertise can do that. Islam. Empress Ronnie put, a lot of celebrities already have canceled concerts starting next month. Yes, because the money system is the tables are turned over. Our money system is in full effect, and now we have to do what we just said here. These processes that we're putting on the public record, we actually, the economy will go by us doing these things, what we just talked about today. This is how the economy will move forth, using real lawful money. So with that being said, we are going to adjourn here. Yes, Islam, it is awesome. It is awesome because, you know, commerce, we're non-commercial until we decide to do commerce. And when we want to do commerce, we'll do commerce. Because we're sovereign, we can do that. But we had to provide the avenues and the ways by which that happens. So that's what's happening now. With that being said, we will adjourn here until Thursday. We have gone on, you know, longer than we had planned, but I know our ancestors know what they're doing with regard to letting the classes go on. I think it's beautiful. I think we need to continue speaking. The Circle 7 does not have to be purchased. It can actually be downloaded off the internet, Islam. And we're going to be creating it in a manner that is, you know, from the Empress's perspective as well. We've already begun that process. Islam. With that being said, peace and grand rising. Thank you for staying this long. Those who say peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous.
Grand rising.
Grand rising. Happy week.
Grand rising.
Peace and love.
Islam.
Empress right.
Islam.
Empress, you hear me?
Barely. Let me. There's a little bit of distortion coming from somewhere. Let me find the distortion.
Okay.
Just one moment. Let me find the distortion. Just one moment. I see it. Okay, go ahead, Nobility. Where someone was speaking.
Yeah, I just had one question. I wanted to know, when sending my sovereign delivery to the Morse government, do you suggest it's 3 inches by 6 inches?
I suggest that, yes. Yeah, sure. If it's not when we receive it, then we don't want to alter any of the gifts that are given. We're not going to alter them, so we just print them out as is and add them to our ledger. But we would hope that you would put them in 3 inches by 6 inches, you know. But we do not turn away the gift. Yeah. And fine. Thank you so much, Nobility, in advance.
Absolutely.
Fine.
Thank you. Well, have a great night.
You too. Thank you. It's fine.